Stream elements. Said. S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming hunt, showdown, booomer playing badly, smiley face.
Što čekiće?
A, ovo je za ovo.
Što čekićem bušaricom? Ima colom, zašto? Da kao neko ne skine osjetljive podatke sa diska, šta? Mislim... Znaš koji ti je dobar metod isto? Mikrotalasna reda. Znaš za to? Znaš da na koliko stepeni ide i koliko minuta zabaraj sam, ali ima i za to...
Samo ubaciš i ono odmah.
Jebem u majku. Samo dok jednom oni...
Ja sam i onom juče.
Aha.
Ušli, ja oni Kesić. Ja i Kesić sad imamo polako, ja vidim.
Znam kako idete vi.
I ulete onu u
Boss arenu.
U Sweetville. BAM! Kako? Odakle? I sad ono, ja bih on pici Kesić uđe i ubio Kesića. Ništa, ja sad polako da vidim da nađem neku glavu. Šta nego mogu sam.
Da.
I idem Kesića, Kesić je ubio jednom i krenem opet da ga dižem i lik se samo pojavi na ivici. Ja prekinem dizanje da puknem na ovoga. Šta radiš? Zašto to? Kažu će gubi opet, će izgubi čank. Pa šta ako će izgubi čank? Odam je, vrtem. I poslije dignem Kesić, on letio ubije jednog, izgine i on od bombe. I šta jebi ga. Kao... Ja me nastavim pored zida, a znam ako stanem tu da se metar, da neće da bude ništa u mene.
Da, sad te Milan podučava taktici. Čovjek kako je igrao 3000 sati hunt u zasadi. 3000 sati zasadi.
I ništa, ja ga poslušam, priđem zidu i samo BAM! I ja umem.
Da. I onda si rekao nećemo više da igramo.
Ti bi se tu sa njima napucavao još pola sata.
Aha, on te poslao da umreš, a?
Da, napucava bi se, ali bi dok bi patio. Ali gledali smo ja, Peđi i Kesić, kako smo to ličili.
Pa kad igre 3 čovjeka koji znaju da se postave u fajtu, da.
Uzmu, krenemo i pobijemo se sa nekom ekipom u ovome, kako se zove, u Blanšutu.
Da.
I ti došli tu. A ja sam zatvorio ulaze da ne mogu da nam uđu na sve, nego samo na jednu. I tu smo se šivali, pa sigurno do ovih pola sata. Sve smo pobili. Sve. Pobili smo i neki posle s automatima i Niti Expressom. What? Ili u selu. Jako dobre partije su bile. What the fuck? Debil.
Kakav...
Ubio me boss zbog debila. Malo preuđem s nekim likovima, patio randomima. Sve živo su ispodizali i popalio i ono da svira muzika i vrane i sve i samo i pobiju. I ja samo krenem i izađem. Nisu zaslužili da...
Uvijek podigneš. Dosta okurtno s tvoje strane.
Pa mislim, samo što im kaže, ve nas.
Pa neki ljudi su jednostavno neiživljeni, kako ti objasnim. A kad uđe tako s nekim u ekipi koji je nenormalan, onda obično kažem Counter Strike je džabe i Call of Duty Warzone isto traži samo 100 GB.
Gdje ovaj Call of Duty, ono je njeno... Sam da sam ja amator, pa ne mogu onako bez lige mi ili šta.
Ili Quake Champions, na primjer. A to su ti brze igre, razumeš, ono akcijne. Hunt nije takav. Možeš da ga igraš tako, ali moraš da izuzetno dobro gađaš da bi mogao da potkrepiš tako agresivan stil igranja. Da te ne bi ljudi koji imaju vrlo pasivan režim igranja kao ja, da ti ne bi napravili zasade u kokali. Naprimjer, ja neću reagovati ako ti čujem da pucaš sa spona, ali ću zapamtiti gdje si krenuo. I onda ću da pretpostavim, kad pokupim trag, onaj klub, pretpostavit ću koji je sljedeća tvoja lokacija, bez da idem za tobom. I ako se desi da je taj sljedeći klub, recimo, na visini, a ti si toliko retardiran da ne skontaš da ne treba baš svaki klub koji je na, recimo, imaš mjesta koje su jako loše, tipa van compounda, na čistini, na kombajnu, na nekom tornju, razumiješ, dosta su otvorene. Možda se pozicioniraš 150-200 metara daleko od njih i da ga skineš ko zec. Prvo ko bude pametan da uzme takav klub. Po Milanovom patentiranom sistemu, kao ko će te gađati? Ja. Svaki put.
Da ubačimo ovaj luks.
Ubaci šta voliš. X puta mi se dešavalo kao solo da me igra sponuje 50 metara levo i desno između dve ekipe. Ja solo, oni triosi, ja između. A ti trči majčin sine i pucaj okolo.
A oni su kao fiksali.
A, fiksali su kurac. Mogu ti naći snimke mojih mečeva da sam redovno bio između dve ekipe. Uzbrdo nizbrdo od mene, levo i desno.
Znaš šta je najgore, recimo? Kad te u onom Alliance Son uspišu spavno tamo, sve ekipo jednom.
Blanchett Graves. Pričaš o Blanchett Graves. Blanchett Graves je još zloglašen.
Može i na ovome, na Alliance Son. Već si bio sve dve ekipe.
A može, ali uglavnom dve, ako ti šta znači. Ja sam imao više baksu sreće sa Blanchett Graves. Blanchett Graves, to ti je ona močvara tamo. Evo ih. Divlja horda. Najgore, kad ovako ne iđeš na... retardirane ljude, onda dođe druga retardirana grupa ljudi. Znači, boss je na King Snake, no? I no. Šta ovi ljudi su radili vam? Mora fajt dve ekipe. Kokoške. Ovo ti je kurata srce. Tačno pored mene. 1, 2... Evo idu dalje. 56. On je iskrenuo glavu kako je pogledao u mene. Ovako. Znači kako leže i tako je krenuo glavu za 90 stepeni pod nemogućim uvjetima.
Ali lag je ovih dana...
Redovno se dešava da recimo u kaveru pogineš. Znaš da si bio u kaveru i tako. Da čovjek koga si pukao umre 2 sekunde pošto si ga pogodio, ono, malo kasnije.
Ama pukao sam čovjeku u glavu.
Znaš da ja nosim Vetali Marksman? To ti je jedna od bržih repetirki u igri. sa tretom možeš jako brzo da pucaš i da ostaneš na meti. I ja to i radim. I pukao sam lika jednom, što kažeš ti, bilo je glava. On je stao, počeo da gleda okolo, drugi put sam pukao u telo, ništa. Treći put ništa, četvrti put pretičem, pogodak ništa. On se sklonio, pobegao nekako. Jarko vaš. Super. Samo ono kao...
Palo nam ljudi, ubiju Kesića, ja uđem podignem Kesića, ubiju ga opet, ja puknem čovjek u glavu, čujem da pomisli mene. On čovjek više...
I šta je bio trade neki?
Bio ništa, kofein. Čovjek završio igru i ja sam umro.
A? Misliš tebi nije bilo ništa?
Evo, on je nastavio igru, ja sam otišao.
No, to ima kakve veze što nosim Iron Maiden majicu, nemam pojma.
Aj, dobro majice.
Pa, šta znam. Imaš onog jeda, onog zombija što im je kao njihov zaštitni znak. Sad mi ništa nije ostalo. A Kangi ekipa s kojim su se ovi krbali. Moram mi reći da su otišli kad izlazi.
Klapim ga po golini i umreš.
Možda u ruku jednom. Čega spuca?
Ne, ovaj moj. Vidim da ga feninguje. Ne, to je sa leganingom puca, evo ćemo umre.
To ti je, zavisi kako se kreće taj koga gađaš. Ako zna da se kreće, može se reći da počneš da ga ispromašuješ, da ga ispogađaš po rukama, nogama, tako. Pogodak u nogu, četvrtina damage-a. Pogodak u ruku ili rame, pola. Gledaš. Takve stvari. Ovdje su ljudi prošli. I gdje je ta ekipa retardirana? Moj bokser na pištolju ima jako čudan hitbox. Pravolinijski u visini grudnog koša. Tako udara. Mogu se zakleti da niko nije pokupio bounty, osim ona bounty ekipa što je bilo tamo.
Juče ubio sam lika, kaže vidio sam pikse tvoje glave. On mi ne vede. Napisao mi ko da sam ping abuser, jer mi piše ovo da sam iz Amerike.
A što mu nisi poslao klip?
Nisam streamao, jebi ga. Trebao sam da streamao.
Evo si. Bilo je tu puta kad su mi ljudi napisali kamper, fucking kamper, noob. I ja napišem, kao prvo, ti si natrapao na mene, nisam ja tebe čekao. Čuo sam ga da puca na severu, znao sam kako se mapa zatvorila, znao sam da će doći na jug. Pravi je buku nenormalno. Kao drugo, znao sam da ima šotku, čuo sam ga da pucaš sa šotkom. Znači, stvarno nisam to se zebavam s njim. Stao sam u leđima okrenut uz drvo, izvadio onaj nagant, onaj prigušani i isfenirao ga s leđa kada je prolazio. Znači, ne metar je prošao od mene. Isfenirao sam ga kao konja, niste ga se obrnu. On meni piše kamper, noob kamper. Jer ko noob kamper te je čuo i nije teo da mu dođeš s leđa šotkom da me posošaš, nego sam te fino sabio dok sam mogu. Ko ti je kriv? Napišem mu ja sve fino, pošaljem klip. Nije imao komentar na to. Nije to da se brani ni ništa, samo.
I ova neko kao, ova konverzacija je kao završena. Ja sam mu rekao da sam mu čekao pikse glave.
Pa ako si ga pogodio na mušicu bez optike, to je uvijek ono malo...
Pa mislim...
Imam i ja takve. Kad čovjek čuči iz zapanja i misli da je u kaveru, a zapravo već sam objašnjavao ljudima. U Huntu, ne znam da li tako u drugim šuterima, kamera je smeštena u visini grudnog koša, ne u visini očiju. To je razlika, a ne znam koliko, 15-20 cm. I dešava se da staneš u kaver i misliš da si nevidljiv, jeli? A onaj ko je malo visočije tebe, na neznatno većoj elevaciji, može da ti vidi vrh glave. To je tako glupo.
To je bio u moj bateriju. Mi smo bili govori o boss arene, a on je bio preko puta.
Da.
I on kao kaže puca u mene i... nije pogodio. Mislim, on je imao luk i strelu, nije ispalio ništa na mene, da sam ja čuo. Alo.
Alo, šta se radi?
Nešto imam.
Otkud ti ili je?
Uzem Milana kako je še.
Došao sam ja kući u 9, pola 10.
Nemoj zajebavat.
Ma 15, oni kazane smo samo ispržili, to je to.
Probaj novi čips i letnji ukus. Pečena piletina.
And the winner gets $1,000. Bring on OnlyFans girls and have her speed date virgins. Join in on random Zoom calls on stream. Bring on 2 girls for an ASMR dick sucking competition and the winner gets their OnlyFans promoted for a week. Advice stream with my dad taking viewers' calls. Bring on content creators that everyone hates and have people donate mean messages and TTS to them and give them all the money. I'm only halfway down the list.
Baci skladu u jebenu igru.
Kakav sklad?
Šta bi onda radio?
Kako čovjek.
Šta bi onda radio?
On su mogli da igramo kaj ljudi svi.
Ne, nego, znaš šta bi onda bilo? Troje ti je već ozbiljno, ako troje znaju da, ono, sinhronizovano, da se, ono, kreću iz compounda u compound. Ako 3 čovjeka koji imaju bilo šta krštano od oružja, ne kažem dvoce koji sablju, to ne računam krštano. To je samo mentalno ograničena osoba. Ako imaju nešto čime mogu zapravo da zapravo, ili Springfield, na primjer, da misli Springfieldom, kao kažeš, pogodio sam neko. Ne, automatski se lupim po čelu. Jeli? Jel umro? Nije. Pa dobro, onda ništa. Neće se ni nahilovat, kakve su šanse. Toliko bole od ti meće Springfielda.
Koji dan danas? Četvrtak, a?
Petak, hvala danas.
Za nekog ko radi ozbiljan posao, jesi ti na godišnjem blagomenu? Za to ne znaš koji dan. Oproštam. Ljudi ne da izgube pojam o vremenu, da ne znaju u kojoj su državi kad su na godišnjem odmoru. Jedino ja nekako, čini mi se, to se meni ne dešava, znaš zašto? Zato što vodim, da kažemo, evidenciju. Je li ovo Assassin? Jest. Sviđa mi se kako dobijem indikator kao da sam našao bossa, iako nisam nogom kročio u bossaranu. Ubaciš samo barbed wire onaj, ono kako se to zove, koncertina onaj barbed wire, veliku zamku. Ubaciš u boss arenu i kad boss proleti kroz žicu, ne mora ni da se ošteti, dovoljno je samo da prođe kroz nju. Dobiješ ono kao da si ušao u boss arenu, to ti je ne znam, $25, 50. Tako možeš. To mene ne interesuje, mene interesuju pare. Kultivator, ja i moja mala. Znaš koji streamer ima traktor kao emotikon? Možda Kesi zna. Bombuz. Jeste. Moja najluđi emotikon koji sam vidio na Twitchu. Ima ih još par.
Ja ne pratim kako se streameri.
Pa njega konkretno ni ne pratim, zato što igra sa Delaneyjem, a gledati njih dvojicu dobijam proliv od njih dvojice. Nešto igraju loše nego što su Bombuz igra solidno do jako dobro, a Delaney igra vanserijski. Njih dvojicu gleda, to je dosadno. Baš dosadno. Kao dva bodybuildera dođu u zabavište, eto, to je toliko interesantno za gledanje. I jedini razlog zašto njih dvojica mogu da pogine je zato što rade glupe stvari. Ne, Delaney ide sam na toricu, na primjer. Bije jednoga, druga dvojica ga predstavio.
A žrtvo se za tim,
a? A nije se žrtva, nego ono kučenje, znaš, u fullu. I kad neko ima par hiljada viewera, pa onda... Wow.
Da, radi neki entertainment.
Da, ono, znaš, kao Milan, ono, adrenalin junkie. Ono, to ga radi, znaš. To ga radi, ne voli kad je sigurno, znaš. Šta kažeš, Peđi je neko napisao na chat, šta?
Da.
A šta ne vole da gledaju?
Kao hranti to.
A to je Jack. Jack jede govno. A mislim da je on. Jack. Možda ima još neko koga troluje, ali da znam Jack. To radi. Mislim, nije daleko od istine. Ali ne bi se složio s time. Zato što znam... Na primjer, gleda, određen broj ljudi gleda Hunt, nažalost. Ne da gleda, nego čak i donira ljudima koji streamuju to. Ako hoćeš da streamaš ozbiljno i ako si solidno dobar u igri. Čekaj malo, majku ti jedan. Majku ti jedan, reci.
Budem kupio monitor Kesića. Ne mogu da montiram, neko ne mogu da vidim ko mi ljudi pišu. Počet malo ozbiljnije da streamam.
Hunt, vrlo ozbiljna streamerska igra. To je hobi. Dok god nešto vidiš kao hobi i ne pretvara se u novac, u obavezu i u glupost, to je okej. Kad počneš da se ozbiljno primaš na to, onda kao Bombus daš otkaz i stremuješ za par. Čovjek je bio šanker, barmen, kelner, šta li već. Ugostiteljski radnik. Viš, ovo mi je baš super. Mapu ne mogu ni da pogledam. Zato što čim pogledam mapu moram da stanem. Ako pokriva me niko. To ti je jedan od benefita kad igraš na konsoli. Ovo mi se ne sviđa kako ovi hodaju. Seku direktno u koso gore prema izlazu. Drugi zid for karmika. Bertije ili veterno? Može možda. Zaprkot. Idu prema Perišu. Mosin ili Bertije? Mogu da odredim šta je. Sličan jako zvuk, nije isti, ali sličan.
Šta pričaš? Jesi samo neko, evo idemo.
Moli da se ne javi.
Nisam, da sam te pričao da ga zovem.
Pa reći će te uzeti.
Ja te nisam čuo nabrano.
Možda ti se nije upalio onaj pušto tog. Wow. Šta je poenta kad se popneš na krov, ne zastaneš ni jedne sekunde da nanišaniš nekoga? Šta radiš? Bejtuješ na krovu, je li to? Jel to što si? Onda uradiš kao Delaney. Staneš gore na krov i kažeš Rahti da te digne sa kromanserom kad te ubiju. I to ti je 100% način da kao saznaš da li ima nekoga. Dosta pametno, moram da priznam. Pametno i da ne kažem kučovit. Pretpostavljam na ovome krovu. Kako, što ste skakali?
A tam kućeva ljudi unutra, evo te, a ne maj pumpajke. Ovo imaju.
Pa mislim... Ovi tvoji su utrčali, kao indijanci, šta?
Šta kaže na nade? Jučer se Ilija gledao onaj Krajtekov stream. Streamuo je onaj Bence Hamos, onaj.
Ja. Mislim da je Mađar, nisam siguran. Možeš provjeriti. Bar mi se čini da je to mađarsko ime. Smart. Je li to onaj stream gdje su pokazivali one kao najbolje videoklipove, što li? Ili... nešto drugo je bilo u pitanju.
Ne, baš su streamovali s nekim Amerikancem.
Aj, digni glavu. A krv ti jebem Isusovu, je li moguće ovo? Ovi stalkovi s ovom ribom na ome Godar doku. Znači tako imaju loše hitboxu i redovno zapinjem za ta goma. Ključne. Majmunci. Pustite zezaj.
Jesi ti ili igrao Destiny 2?
Ovisi, či igraš? Ti ne igraš?
Ne. Previše naučne fantastike, to mi se ne sviđa. Meni lično ne. Neko možda voli, ja ne volim.
Ja manda završim ja. Daj ću dođi.
će Gadi da igra, jel?
Koji
Jednu,
će...
dve, znači da idemo u šumu, pa kad se vratim ćemo opet.
Ideš u šumu da loviš, šta?
Idem u moju šumu.
First time I actually have my PC up on my desk because it would look better than
Treba da se
anything else
spreme
I have.
deva za zimu i...
Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen it. When Mike is back here with us, he can tell us more about it, but damn, it looks sick. And it's also a pretty powerful system, so it's gonna be really nice to get it. And of course, if you have any questions from us or any questions from Mike, I guess. Are you here with us, Mike? Oh.
Yes, I am. I am here.
Oh, hey there. So yeah, we just introduced you as well as the contest a bit, and that people can win this super cool hunt-themed NZXT PC. So yeah, and yeah, as we mentioned, also make sure to check out NZXT's Twitch channel as well, which is just twitch.tv/NZXT, where you can see Mike's perspective and how he carries us.
Oh, I'm not going to be doing any carrying, y'all. I'm not going to be doing the carrying.
Technically, you were the highest MMR out of all of us, so...
Yeah, I just got lucky. I just got lucky. That's how it works.
No, we believe in you. We believe in you. Yeah, and yeah, chat said they couldn't hear you, but it was because he was muted, so now you can actually hear him.
Sorry, y'all. I was talking to my chat. Sorry.
And also, now your chat can also hear us, I guess. So if anyone from there has any questions to the hunt team or us, we are very, very happy to answer that as well.
Ajmi sad kaži. Šta radiš tu?
Ari, people are saying they love your artwork on your desk with the skull.
Oh, thank you so much. This is what I'm gonna be in about 10 minutes, is a dead skull on the ground. And my teammate, I'm just giving them motivation so they know what to look for to come res me, because I'll be dead.
Sure.
Gotcha. I'll make sure to bring Necro, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's the most important perk when playing with me.
Someone actually asked what is NZXT? Sorry if no one asked it before. Can you tell us what NZXT is, maybe, Mike?
Yeah, so NZXT is a PC gaming company. We originally started out as... Oh, I am dumb. I forgot to put weapons on this.
And I just thought it was like a choice, you know? Like,
we'll get you some guns. I think this happened last stream as well with someone.
Yeah, I think Leo my Devil's Advocate that was locked and loaded, but I was like, oh, the new skins, I'll be do that. Well, this isn't,
okay, that's a quick strike.
So this is how Extraction works. If you guys need to leave the game. But NZXT basically is a PC gaming company. We originally started out with just we started to make like power supplies, coolers. One of the most popular.
Dobar dan.
Have you guys ever seen like the thing with like the GIF on it? That's what we do. And eventually we make custom PCs for people.
Dobar dan.
Bravo, Ilija.
Znao Boris šta se radi.
Yeah, actually I've been wanting that cooler for a long time. It's super cool. Literally super cool. So yeah.
Šta je šapo
my first
zašto ti hoćeš mene da maltretiraš?
Coming from the east, northeast.
Deda, Antonio Pušić.
Yeah, ear footsteps over here.
Zdravo šapo, kako si šapo? Nego da nam je veliki ratnik Kesić, Dragan. Masimo, umrem, nisam okej, znači, instalirao sam tu neke Windows, malo sad umrem.
The clue is no longer red, they've backed up.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Čekaj šapo.
Let's try it again.
Čekaj,
They are throwing
dušo
something.
moja.
Oh, I seen one here.
Dušo moja bela.
Yep, they're literally right here.
Oh, this.
Ko šalje invite? Ko šalje invite?
Hive bomb.
That was me.
Oh. Okay.
Ko igra? Taj šalje
Oh,
White.
on the roof.
Ko šalje invite? Molim, šta? Ko? Gde? Brzo,
Yeah,
odmah.
redneck on the roof.
Impossible!
Odmah invite, znači odmah. Ajde. Odmah.
Moram.
Odmah invitate. Čekaj, šapo, čekaj da skuvam kafu.
Ti ne možeš i sam da smetneš.
Dobre.
Can still hear the footsteps on the roof.
Dobre, dobre.
Oh, wow. He heard me and shot me through the wall.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Nice, nice. Okay, I'm rotating to you, Ari.
The other guy's down here. Get him, puppies.
Čuo nekad da neko kuca iz puške.
Iz puške?
Shotgun guy.
Like where he's at. One's rotate to the right.
Radiš i ti stari, da.
Jalo.
The dogs.
Od kaj?
He has a shotgun though, right?
Yep.
Smena za dobijanje nervnog sloma. Tad radim je, ako ti je lakše sad.
Is he in the barn on the side?
Samo mi ga pogodak u glavu. Ja ne idem na...
Oh, he's right in front of me, like... Oh my god. Is he in the barn on the side? Or...
Dobro, oće li taj invite? Oće li?
Oh my god.
Ma nema kako završavanje partije.
Head accuracy.
Alt F4, odmah Alt F4.
A boli se moj loadout puša hiljada.
He just fanning chain pistol after his shotgun was out. I tagged him once.
It's so dark, I could, like he was right in front of me, I couldn't see him from the muzzle.
Yeah, I had such a hard time seeing him.
Ej, ti si danas našao da ideš po drva, možeš to sutra poći.
Mogu ću te izdati.
Čovjek seče drva, a on samo kaže da ide da kupuje, on u stvari ide tu tajnu drvoseču po šumu, da me neko seče.
A ide da uzima drva.
Ma ide moj kurac, naoružo se, uzo sekiru i motorku, jevi ga, ide tamo da...
On samog sebe izmora šume.
Oh my god, the dogs?
Yeah.
Ide čovjek da poseče šumu.
Ti Srbija šume je vi.
Ne. Mogu da ti pokažem i na Geosebije da je to moje.
Ne, njegovo vlasništvo. Pričavam već o tome. Njegovo lično.
Zato što su moji došli odakle.
Ali šume šta?
Ali šume. Mogu se krenuli dok su puste gamani ovo. Evo selo je bilo tamo putem za mnom.
Dobro, hoće li taj invite? Hoće li?
Evo da izađemo. Gdje govori se?
Ajde više taj invitate.
Gdje si ću vikinga? Kako ja da se upucam sam šans. I što sam ja tebe digo? Što sam ja tebe digo?
Kosoviću.
Da.
Pojma šta na španskom znači kabron.
Druži, drug ili tako nešto.
Mate. Hello mate.
Cabron!
Cabron. Negro cabron. Crni drug. Negro cabron. Hey, anything feeling better?
Negro cabron.
Mija negro cabrón.
Da.
Naslonjeni čovjek. Pare ga motivišu da radi, ja? Nijedna povreda ga ne može Pa ne. Jako sam se stumbo i ako se ne osjećam se da sam u stanju da radim, možeš ti mene izvučit vreću para nas. Pare ne, nešto drugo da, pare me ne radi.
Pare ljudi kvare.
Šta ću ja s toliko para? Pitanje.
Pa ti potrošiš.
Zaradit ću ih opet.
Pa gi potrošiš bre. Uživaš dok ih potrošiš bre. Da kažeš sam potrošio sad. Povedeš povređenog čovjeka na pisu, na hranu, nešto jevi ga.
On nikad nema para.
Uvatiš ga za ruku i vodiš ga, znaš, i
Ovo ti ne zakuri. Ne, on nikad para nema, on ne nosi pare sa sobom. On je pristalica teorije da se ne trebaju pare nositi.
Injured man.
Injured cabron.
My injured negro cabron. Mio negro cabron. Piri, našao je meč, znači bit će noć. Ono što Kesić voli.
Kesić tvrdi da je svaki meč s tobom garantovan noć ili magla.
Pa da. Pa ja sklopio deal sa ovim kreditom.
Ja sam siguran.
Ja. Turli. Ne turliš. Mio cabron. Znači, povređeni čovjek se oporavio, a?
Je li ikad bio slomljen?
Injured man.
Znači, takav je.
Naše malo srpče.
Pa šuga i ovo, gledaj da ne znam.
Si ga to ti privatizao?
Srbin je, jesam srpče. To je čisto krvno srpče.
Kako misliš Srbin? Nije Srbin, je.
A jest?
Čisto krvni Srbin.
Jest?
Čisto.
Jest, brat.
Ne postoji čistiji.
Jel bio u vojsci Crne Gore? Nije. Jel ima crnogorsku ličnu kartu i pasoš? Nema. Je li ide u bolnicu? A džaba, mogu ja da napišem Marsovac nacionalnost. Imam prava kao Crnogorci isto. Koji napišu da su Crnogorci.
Kompletno srpče, znači na čelu mu piše Srbet da sam.
Možeš ti, kao da Kesić, mogu napisat narkoman nacionalnost, gamer, Jedi. Ja sam teo Jedi da napišem, nisam bio tu kad je bio što piše, znaš, što popisuje stanovništvo. Jedi, što da ne zvuči dobro.
Naše malo srpče, stvarno, belada, pedala.
Eto Ilija, sam možeš to da ispraviš.
Kako misliš pedala?
Može nacionalnost pedala, da, šta, da odem da se prijavim.
Odakle tebi toga dinački kao pedala?
Možeš to da ispraviš Ilija sad. Sad će bude popis u oktobru.
Šta kažeš Kesiću?
Odakle tebi to kao pedala?
Pa rekao bi Ivanović, da njega u stvari zovu pedale.
Da. Rekao ti je dobro, ali nije trebao baš da odaje postavne tajne.
Naš drug pedala.
pedalita.
A neka mala nije budala. I onda je pedala ispod budala.
Pedala, tako nisam nikad čuo da ga rekao zove.
Ja zašto ga ja nisam to da budem gad pa da ga zovem tako, ali da, dosta ljudi ga zove tako.
Pedala.
Koji ga malo više poznaju.
Nije to zbog bicikla, nego dobio je pedalu od nekih griba, znaš šta.
Od čega mu radimo pedala?
Pitaj ga.
Evo.
Pitaj ga da ima će ti ispričat.
Čovjek dobio više pedala. Kaže, pa nisam ja budala, ja sam pedala. Oho, gore. MMT Master. Automat ima govno, jebem. Čekao me je gleda sad gore na steni, jebam.
I stvarno nisi čuo da oni tu bacaju vatru i to?
Ne brate, priča o pedalama i govnima.
Ja sam čuo.
A ne možeš brate kad o pedalama priča.
Moraš smanjiti malo, Boris.
Ili otiši odavde ili šta?
Ne znam da ovaj jedan otišao, ne znam ni odakle me pogodio. A još uvijek ne čuješ mi mene, znači da nisu.
Znam, ali kažem, ne čujem trenutno nikoga. Sada čujem nekoga koji se vjerojatno neko od vas približava.
Kad si će pokrenuti? Šta ti javio sam u penju? Idem na automat.
Automat? Što to je to automat?
To je najveća greška što radi.
Sad sam morao da gasam prekućić.
Pa ja da gasim vjerujem sa nožem.
Mali kućić.
Možem čekati.
Sad se tu oni su otišli prema Fischeru.
Čekaj, oni ubili dvoje, njih sad čekaj utjeći.
Još sam pucao na njega.
Bože moj. Ko je mene ubio, majko? Ko je mene ubio?
Ljudi.
Eno, neki vran.
Dim bude.
Neki Kesića.
Čekaj, paketići su tu bili.
Neko trči dole. Ovdje ga ne čujem.
Vidiš i ga tu.
Vidim ga, vidim ga. Pomogni Keksiću.
Nije Keksić. Kako se niče na Keksi?
A jebem ti mater.
Zaista previše loši, brate. Ne ja, no, svi skupa smo tako loši, brate, da je to pa...
Nije, nego treba samo se zagreti. Nemojte biti strogi prema sebi.
Bojim se da su predugo treba zagreti.
Sljedeći naš. Evo, sam neko 3 zvezdice.
I ja.
Kako su pomerili ovaj progres last match nego ovako, ne mogu da ga ubode nikad jeboj.
Ako te molimo za tišinu, nemoj. Ne razumijem, hoćeš da bude zabavan,
Ubiju nas ljudi koji veze sa životom nemaju. Znači, veze sa igrom nemaju, tek počeli da igraju.
Kažeš praktično... Novovi.
Duo si nas vajtove.
Da li je taj duos imao šotku? Je li ne? Da li je taj duos imao shotgun u inventaru? Nije?
Jedan je imao automat, on je kompromis.
Pa...
Ovo došli druge ekipa. Evo ti da Mateola ti kažem.
Se nisam predao, jebem ti u igru. Ne gledaj da se. Neće ispod. Eto ga je digo.
Digo je.
A digo ga je. Dobro, i...
Jebem ti ja igru milu u pučku da ti jebem. Kad me ovako krade konstantno je.
Šta si ti pomisli to?
Što sam više da oteram ovu igru za sva vremena u kurac i da ne igram dok ne izbace shotgune. To ću tu reći.
Nemoguće, mogu samo da ih pojačaju.
To neće nikad se desiti.
Već su ti nerfovani. Koliko ja znam, shotgun može da te ubije do 50 metara. Sa slag municijom, sa onom kuglom može da te ubije do 100 metara. Već je nerfovano sve.
Čekaj, da vazim.
U igri koja se vrti oko divljeg zapada izbace shotguna. Ne znam kako to misliš. Mogu da ubace mod bez shotguna, neki ne para. To može.
Pitanje pametno. Valjda si nije čuo sam, da si stvarno ljudi da jesmo se pojde.
Jesmo, učuo. Sutra.
Da ma se to da kažem, ljudi ćemo dođe doma.
Nigde veze, ali ajde nema veze.
Igra.
Nemaju, vidiš da je noć uvijek tamo, nema tu dana. Šakić makić.
Familija!
Au! You didn't say the magic word! Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha
Dobar dan!
Dobar dan, to magična reč.
Dobar dan! Dobar dan! Dobar dan! Ja sam mali bundum i volim da daju bundum. I da ubijam magično kamenje. Koje pušta plavu, lepu svetloskrzno ubijam. I onda mi svi kažemo wow. Wow. Ubili smo magični kamen. Mama, ubio sam magični kamen, mama!
Dobro je, Ciro.
Magični kamen je svetlo plavo kad smo ga ubili, mama! Oticao je u nebo, na neko lepše mesto, mama!
Otišao na groblje magični kamen.
Majto!
Što su bio obično zombije kada su?
Slučajno. Kako se popeti ovdje gore?
Mislim, ako već tako radiš, što ne uzmeš labelu?
Čekaj, kako se popeti ovdje
Boss je tu.
gore?
Boss je tu.
Misliš umjesto Springfielda?
Uzimaj to i da baš Reži njega. Ti živ, Boris?
A?
Pitam si živ?
Ne, ubili me. Ubio me Milan pedala. Milan Pedalinski me ubio.
Ne ti shotgunirao?
Izmačevao me.
Izmačevao.
Milan pedala me izmačevao. Jebam je sve po spisu. Ovaj opet nešto trepuje. Au. Au.
Braš.
Došo, brate, šta trepuje? Šta da kažem, nešto tu ima da... Brato, šta ti treba?
Ču mi sigurno.
Za?
Pa, kada uđu, jednostavno, čak i ako ne iđu recimo na ovo...
Hoće da pravi genocide,
na
burići.
Gdje koji idu nam.
Evo ih. Evo ga tu.
Vidio sam, ima jedan tamo.
Ma daj bre, jebite se u dupe bre, man.
Bomba, a?
Tako, umrite napolje.
Snajper.
Nek se provirio, stavio lik headshot, jevo.
Palik snajper.
Baš čudno. Na prozor možda?
Pa nije na prozor, bre, nalazi.
Nisi volio da me digneš. Ovdje se volio da digneš, ovdje se ovdje su blizu sve.
Pogođen. Gotov.
Vidiš koliko znači za njih.
Tu je, evo, tu je iza mene.
On nisi morao da zatvaraš kesić, ja sam stavio dekoncentriju.
Čovjek treba bude siguran.
Jer ako nam dođe neko, popušit ćemo kurčinu.
Ima Sparks 8 full metal jacket, metaka 8 otrovnih jebote, realan je.
Mislim, ne znam šta će ti to ka penetracije. To ne znam. Ja kad tronom ljude nosim FMJ. Sparks.
Ne te ubio čovjek za 150 metri sa opcionim metrom.
A ubio me sa Vitalijem jebote, Terlijem.
U glavu te pogodio. Officer karabinu.
Sa officer karabinu, sa otrovnim mecima. Za 100 metara.
150 metara.
Može, ako nije bio full. Ako mi je palo malo.
Ja, ovni kes.
ne bi smjelo da te one shotuje, osim ako ti nije palo health.
Kako volim ove sa snajperima što agresivno igraju. Volim da ih potušim kao dobar dan.
Bio u Pelikanu pored kapija neke se dolaze puno. A ovdje je bio u kući i ono dakle i vjerojatno se šutiraš u skolu. Trebalo mi je bio malo vremena da mu nađe ugao dakle da kuku, ali sam mu našao.
Sve ko je njofra koji ti je vrag. Imaš neke nove drivere za AMD koje meni skinuo Boris. Neke nije adrenalin, već AMD Pro Q2, kako se zove, a drugi za... Pa nemam pojma. Probavam i zato što prethodna verzija koju sam instalirao izgleda nije imala dobru podršku, mislim da bi ona
Prošli put kad sam stavio neke koji nisu adrenalin, nego koje su savjetovali, svi sam tako sjebo sve, da sam jedva oporavio.
Kompjuter? Šta si instalirao?
Neke AMD, ne znam šta kako iz maja mjeseca, koje su svi nahvalili, da je to neki živo popravlja i sve mi se sjebe.
Tebe će god da nije pomogao.
Konačno morao da onaj DD uzem i sve očistio.
To sam ja uradio danas.
Da bi mi radilo kako treba.
Stavio sam DDU i makro sve.
Idemo noć, samo mrak. Jebo tu sad ni mjesec.
Jebat, bo je moguće. Nemoj me jebat. Jesi je pokazao ko je šef.
Nema potrebe, to ne aktivirno.
A bravo, jel moguće me pogađaš nožem u trku i jebem ti mater.
Ajme.
Ma zombi.
Boss.
A, ono kad...
Daj, ovo majko,
to da.
Jebem u kuću.
Daj. Znači da spobijem boss, jel?
Bruno.
4 jadeške. Matio si veliki funkciju, to je to. Nema šta više, to je to.
E to imaš,
što bi ne stigu prvo je.
Baš to što vidiš.
Ne dignu prvo, gledaj, imam 2 healtha jebe.
Evo ti vamo se healaj. Kad ti se napuni jedan čank od 50, onda se healaj da bi imao pun health. Sad čekaj. Jer nećeš imat pun health.
To treba nositi regen, shot uvijek za Boris, znaš. Da mu se health sam upravi. Šta se smiješ?
Veliki, a?
Pa onaj što traje 10 minuta, daš mu i zaboraviš.
Vamo nije ništa stavljeno.
Da uzme vigor.
Jes. Ja sam gledao onaj Psycho Ghost uzme vigor i 2 vitality, ta regeneration shota i heal se.
Klizna, ova vrata nisu zatvorene.
Zatvorite klizna vrata.
Odavde negdje.
Ja sam na njih bacio kletvu. Ma daj, odmah se znao desi.
Billy the Kid.
Mali još glisadi, nema.
Tu. A daj, šta je ovo, vrate mili?
Neko umeo.
Polako, tu su dvije ekipe sa isto. I jedna sa West. Ode žica i vrata. Žica i vrata su vam otišli. Sad će da vam padne.
Pogodio sam ga gore na krovu. Čovjek puca 300 na sat, evo te.
Gideon is like one of the fastest growing content creators right now. He's going out making original quality content. And YouTube can't
Opet
fucking
je
hire somebody
pogodio
to
je
evaluate
već
this shit.
mater, bre,
Risky click, but I mean, yeah, I'll watch it. Like Gideon had that Pokemon thing happen, and I wasn't a fan of that. And I actually talked to him, and I feel like everything that he's done after that has all been good. Like, I think everything he's done has been totally fucking fine. There's been nothing wrong with it. It's been good. I even think that the one thing where he went and he did the KKK town, I thought that was a good thing for him to do, man. He seemed like a nice guy.
So, I'm not gonna lie. For the most part, my main channel, we're Gucci, man. We're Gucci on the main channel. Not gonna lie, kind of surprised, but can't complain about the main channel. But you guys might not know this, but I low-key love my second channel more than my main channel. And what I mean by that is I love the main channel, but the main channel is work. I have to work on it. It's, you know, I never get to really relax with the main channel. I have to always think of new ideas. Gotta travel, bro. I don't know if you guys realize this, but sitting on 10-hour
he puts work into his videos. But even if you don't like his videos, you gotta admit he puts work into them. Like, he does some crazy ass shit.
Rides just to record parts of videos is really taxing on your body, bro. But I love it, so I'm gonna keep on doing it. But the thing I love about the second channel is I get to just sit back, relax, talk to you guys real time. That's why I love my second channel.
How could I relate?
Then YouTube just started messing with it, man. YouTube just started messing with it out of nowhere. So I'm gonna tell you guys where all these strikes came from.
Okay.
This strike right here came from a Jubilee video I reacted to, right, chat? It was the Rating Guys by Body video, right? So a bunch of different people reacted to the video. I mean, a bunch of different people reacted to that exact same video that I did. I can't find the exact same video, but I looked it up the other day. It's still up. Just Jubilee does so many. But
I should watch this.
Mine was the only one. Rating guys by their body. Mine was the only one that got a strike. I got a straight up strike. So when you get a warning,
is it good?
Your video's gone. Your video's gone, and this warning can never go away. So I'll never get another chance to get another warning again. So that's basically my first strike.
Watch it so much?
My second strike, what I got was I was reacting to Skeeter June's video. And basically he was exposing a pedo, right? But his video was still up, so I was like, okay, so it's good to react to. I reacted to it and everything. The reason why my video got striked was because Skeeter had left the dude's number in the video. So Skeeter, this isn't me trying to get Skeeter in trouble. Skeeter's video is...
Nah, bro, that's bullshit. Like, how the fuck do you react to a video and you get in trouble for it, but the original video is still up? If you're getting in trouble for the thing that was reacted to in the video. Like, it's not content that you... It's not like you pulled the guy's video, the guy's number up during the reaction to the video on your camera, on your screen. It was in the original fucking video. That's bullshit. It's 100% bullshit, man.
Still up with the dude's video, but since my video had his number in there, which the number doesn't even work anymore, they deleted it, and I got a strike.
He should have blurred it though? What is the logic that he should have blurred a video from a popular creator that has been up on YouTube for probably at least over a week? I don't know. I would assume that the content on YouTube is acceptable on YouTube. Disagree, doxing, whether it's intentional or not. Totally fine for you to have that opinion. I might even agree with you on it. But the difference is that he should have his fucking video taken down too. And it's fucked up that his video didn't get taken down, but Gideon's did. That's what the difference is. I agree with you that it could be bad. You can say it is categorically bad. I fucking agree. Totally. Give them both a strike. But don't fucking go and tell me that it's okay for him to get a strike, but not the original creator that uploaded the content in the first place.
They said that was harassment and cyberbullying. First off, I feel like any predator should be cyberbullied until, you know, I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say, but
I can see where he's coming from. We can't have a Batman situation. Like, as much as we can all be like, oh man, another fucking pedo goes to jail and the prisoners beat the shit out of him. Yeah, you know, there's a sixth sense of justice there, absolutely. But we can't have that, really. We can't have a world that works like that. You know what I mean? So, but I can see what he's saying. Yeah, we can't have mob justice.
I feel like they deserve it, but in this case, it wasn't even me simultaneous.
You just can't do that.
It was in the original video, so I got a strike for that. So these 3 strikes, I said, okay, YouTube, you got it. And what's crazy about this strike right here is, if you guys remember when we did the phase rug stream, the reason why my stream ended was because I got this strike. But I said, okay, YouTube, it is what it is. This strike right here, chat, this is the strike that took the cake. Oh my god. I was pissed.
What is it?
So as you guys can see, this is what YouTube our team has reviewed your video, and unfortunately, we think it violates our sale of regulated goods and policies. We removed the following content from YouTube. So basically, YouTube promotes, YouTube prohibits content that promotes or links to sites that allow for online gambling or betting. So I can't even say the name of the site. YouTube prohibits content that promotes or links to sites that allow for online gambling or betting. So I can't even say the name of the site, but it's the site that Aiden plays on. If you guys know what site Aiden Ross plays on, you know what I'm talking about. It's the one that Nelk promotes. It's the one that the UFC promotes. It's the one that Drake promotes.
Yeah.
I got I got a strike because all I did was react to a video that was saying why gambling was bad. And throughout the entire...
That's bullshit, man. Like, assuming he's telling the truth, that's complete fucking bullshit. What the fuck is going on? Gideon is like one of the fastest growing content creators right now. He's going out making original quality content. And YouTube can't fucking hire somebody to evaluate this shit? What the fuck are they doing? This is ridiculous, man.
A reaction.
This actually kind of makes me mad.
I didn't even react to the whole video because I got bored midway. We didn't even post a clip of it. This was in the main live stream. That's why I don't show the live streams. You guys wonder why I always private the live streams? Because I don't know what YouTube will strike. So I have to get rid of the live stream. But YouTube gave me a strike for literally reacting to a video talking about why gambling was bad because they thought I was promoting gambling. So I freaked out. I got the strike at like 3 a.m. I said, okay, it's all good, YouTube. Made an appeal. Throughout the video, I continuously said gambling was bad. And the original video is still up. I can see, I wasn't even mad. I said, I can see how this could be a mistake, right, YouTube? Means they didn't even review it. Either someone just said, nope, that was bad.
Oh, bro, didn't I watch this?
And they deleted it?
You watched the video?
I don't know, but no one looked at that video.
Skontao sam da najvjerojatnije da nešto nije rad s driverima. Znači,
I watched both of these.
Namještao sam resetovo, reinstalirao igru, skontam, ma 100% driver
And look at this, chat.
Gluposti.
The video's still up.
Jebeno zbira driver za grafik.
The puppets of online gambling.
Yes,
I'm scared to even, bro, chat. Me even showing this thumbnail.
Yeah, I mean, guys, he's promoting steak. I mean, look, it's right there on the page.
A isto mi je zapucao onaj Dare Billions, ona strategija, kako ono možda zapucao, ono 2D grafiku.
I started freaking out. I called my YouTube rep, and I was talking to him. My YouTube rep is amazing, man. I love my YouTube manager. He does a great job, but even he was like, yeah, bro, this is crazy. So, we were talking, and he said, I'm going to talk to the policy people. We're going to try to get it taken care of. I'm out filming a video, right, chat? I'm in Washington, D.C., working on a very, very dope, some very, very dope content that you guys are going to see soon on the main channel. I get a call back from him. He lets me know, hey, man, they haven't given me a response, but I'm not going to lie. It's looking bad. Because when he basically told them, hey, this shouldn't...
This actually, like, this stresses me out a lot because, like, you've got to understand, like, every content creator... Like, imagine, like, if you, like, you're at work, right? Like, this is, like, your job. And just every once in a while, you get, like, a you just get you get a you get called in, you get a write-up or something like that, some sort of disciplinary procedure for being late to work whenever you're not late to work. You'd be furious. I think people hand-wave some of this stuff because they think that, you know, streaming or making videos isn't like a real job. But in any real job, if this equivalent happened to you, you would be fucking furious. It's horrible.
Be there.
And like, this is what happened. The thing is, like, this is the same shit that happened to me with Twitch. So I had some fucking clown loser type some bullshit in the Diablo Immortal chat. And I say, ignore it, the guy's a loser, I don't want to give him any attention. Right? And it was on the screen for like, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds. I get banned for this within 15 minutes. I submit an appeal, the appeal gets denied. Then I make a video, the video gets 1 million views in like an hour or something like that. It was probably more like 5 hours or something. It gets a ton of fucking views, and I get unbanned that night. So what the fuck happens to somebody whose video doesn't get 1 million views? Well, I'll tell you what happens. That person gets suspended, and then every fucking news article is writing an article about how they allowed racism on their fucking stream, and they are being accused of this because Twitch upheld the ban. So that's how these things have a ripple effect. It's not like, oh, well, you just can't stream for 24 hours, who cares? You also get suspended, and the message that sends to the audience, and it sends to the public, is that you allowed racism on your stream, and you were suspended for it. That is damaging to your reputation, it's damaging to future brand deals, it's damaging in all kinds of ways. It fucking sucks.
Excuse was because I said the name of the gambling site,
yeah, man.
that they will most likely not reinstate the video. Bro, chat, I was in the middle.
Like, I've had only positive experiences with YouTube. I'll definitely say this. Like, like every response and every communication I've had with YouTube has been nothing but W's. I don't know what happens. It seems like Gideon, Actman, like Gazzy's in chat, he said the same shit happened. It seems, I don't know what happens.
Of a Walmart freaking out. I was pissed. Like, I promise you guys, I've never been so pissed in my life. That's what I was.
I would be
currently
furious.
Got a strike on YouTube for promoting gambling when I've never gambled in my life. And the video I reacted to was a hit piece on why you shouldn't gamble. Now my channel is 1 strike away from almost getting deleted. Currently freaking out. This is me being nice, chat. I put the nice emojis behind it and everything. But chat, I was freaking out. Because I don't know if you realize this, but if my second channel gets terminated,
your ban evasion.
Not only is the second channel that I love, the extra content that I give to y'all is gone,
but the main channels.
Also, if you have a channel terminated on YouTube, you cannot have any other channels. So since my second channel and my main channel are connected, my main channel is gonna get connected. So 2 of my major sources of income could have been gone just from some straight up BS from YouTube. This is the original video.
Ah, look at that.
That was up. It's still up on YouTube.
My shit's up there.
Osman Gold.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he's a very popular Twitch streamer, right? Me and him,
I would be offended, but I fucked up his name too.
We follow each other on Instagram and Twitter.
Yeah.
Cool dude. This is on his YouTube channel.
I fucked up his name at the beginning.
His reaction still up. This is Hassan. His reaction still up. And guess who else's reaction was still up? Pokemon's reaction was still up.
Surprise.
4K right here. I literally sent this to my YouTube rep and I said, bro, you gotta look at it like this. How are 3, and there was other creators too, videos still up.
Yeah.
How are all these other creators' videos still up, clipping this video that YouTube deemed as promoting gambling, but then mine, when I didn't even A, react to the full video, B, it was literally just in an 8-hour live stream, and then C, throughout the entire reaction, I was detesting gambling because I think gambling is a horrible thing, bro.
I agree with that. Did you ever say the name of the gambling site in a reaction? How many times do you think I've said the word steak? Like, not the kind I eat, then you have to double it. on a YouTube video. Probably 1,000. Yeah, at least 100, probably 1,000. People saying it's racism. Well, he's got a bit more to go, so I'll let him play everything out.
I'm not gonna lie. I have been in talks with Steak, but then I knocked back to my senses and I was like, you know what? I can't work with Steak, man. Like that goes against my morals because a lot of you guys are kids, and I don't want you guys out here just gambling. So, and then
that's nice for him
I had to just create another shitstorm on Twitter.
He'd make a mill easy doing
this
that.
is, you know what's crazy, chat?
Mills.
This is what happened. The Team YouTube, I had to add Team YouTube. You guys added Team YouTube for me, right? Team YouTube responded on my Twitter. They didn't even respond. They sent an automated message telling me to submit an appeal and they would get right to it. So I
but
had
it was
to
about you
nicely under that.
It was about him submitting an appeal. He was talking about the appeal that he had already submitted.
And say, ha ha ha, I did. You guys reviewed my 20-minute reaction in 3 minutes and automatically denied it. And guess what Team YouTube support did? They deleted.
Wait.
You guys reviewed my 20-minute reaction in 3 minutes and automatically denied it.
The worst thing about this is I actually think that I know why this is happening. Do you guys remember whenever we were watching the videos about Blizzard and about how the people that are working in their CS team are like overworked because they have like these algorithms that they have to fit the amount of like tickets that they process an hour into? I'm worried that this is happening at YouTube as well, where people are being massively overworked, and it is genuinely somebody who is trying to keep their job. And yes, it's bad, but this person is a victim of circumstance. And they went and they made a call on Gideon's video that was bullshit call because they didn't want to watch the whole video, because doing so would take down their analytics at the YouTube support system. What do you guys think the odds of that are? I think it's at least 50%. Overworked and underpaid. Yeah, it fucking sucks, man.
And guess what Team YouTube support did? They deleted their tweet, and then an actual person tweeted at me and said, "We're right on it."
Well, where'd that go?
We're right on it. I couldn't believe it, chat. I couldn't believe it. Team YouTube support deleted their tweet and said, "We're on it." So I understand.
That's good. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, that is good. The problem is that it happened after the fact.
Completely where Corey's coming from, man. And I really
haven't
hope
watched Corey's video.
that, because
I'm gonna watch his video. I'm not gonna watch it today. I'll watch it maybe tomorrow if you guys remind me. But I'm gonna watch his video.
Corey's one of the biggest black creators, man. If his point can't get across on YouTube,
subs.
there's no one black on this, unless maybe a white creator stands up for us. But
well, here's the thing: is like, in my mind, standing up for you or Corey is standing up for me or Actman. We're all YouTube content creators here. So if you're getting thrown in the garbage, the only thing until I get thrown in the garbage, the only difference is time. I'll be in the garbage soon, and Actman got thrown in the garbage for a while. So yeah, I absolutely support this. 100%. I don't know if it's because he's black or not. I'll watch Corey's video and see kind of why he thinks that. But it does seem to be problematic. And it's unfortunate that people cry racism a lot, and sometimes it's not true, because other times it is. It teaches people to ignore it, and this could be one of those actual unironic times. I just don't know yet.
You know, I'm not gonna say a white creator won't, but you know what, Corey's.
I hope that they do. I hope XQC watches this. I hope Ludwig watches this. I hope everybody watches this and they see this. Actman watches this. I hope everybody does. Because it's on you. We're all YouTube creators. And if it can happen to you, it'll happen to us.
Standing up for us black creators, man. And if they won't listen to him, we're doomed. But there's no way that we can't there's no way that we can't, they won't see this. They have to see this. And there's another thing I want to leave. Exactly. Bro, I look at these videos that Susan does on other creators' videos as branching out to other communities on YouTube. Bro, I think it's a wonderful thing that she will sit down and...
When was the last time Twitch gave Kai a shout out? Or your Rage Gaming? Or Bruce drop him off? Kai has been grinding every fucking day. I've been watching Kai since he had like 8K viewers. Not a single shout out. And if his content is unacceptable on Twitch and Twitch doesn't want to support it, then why is he on the platform? What is this? Also on top of that, a big thing with Kai is he brings an audience of people who are completely fucking unique. There's not a lot of people that go and they watch a Zach Rar stream than they watch a Kai stream. I think there's some. There's probably going to be more. I mean, yeah, I'll talk about it. I think he's a good content creator, right? Absolutely. But I obviously, like, there's a lot of people that this is a relatively new audience. It's fucked up.
Talk to other creators on their channel. It's not going on the YouTube channel. It's not going anywhere else. Like it's going on the creator's channel. I think that's an awesome thing that should be commended.
Absolutely, yeah.
But YouTube isn't only just white people. We have black people, we have Asian people, we have Hispanic people, we have Native Americans, we have so many other different races.
I want to talk about this because I think that a lot of people are going to get defensive about this, and I'm going to draw a parallel to why I think that it's important that they do talk to other people of different races. So a lot of people are very negative about things like the new Amazon Lord of the Rings series because they have black hobbits and stuff like that. It's a very popular meme that, you know, the new Netflix adaptation of Superman is black. The new Netflix adaptation of George Washington is a woman, or something like this, right? I see this meme all the time. The reason why is because people are very good, human beings are very good at predicting patterns. And it's in the same way that people get frustrated about Netflix doing woke stuff. I think that it's reasonable for a black guy to see, oh wow, look, there's a dozen other black guys that are not getting recognition, and just see a pattern there. Because it's not like it's not there. It doesn't mean that it's racist. By the way, it does not mean that. But how are you not going to think that? Like, it's like just, that's what I'm trying to see. Like, see it from like Gideon or like somebody else who's like a black dude's side. Like, I'm not black. I don't really fucking know. But this is like, I can kind of see what he's saying. Yeah, we see it. We get called crazy for seeing a repeating pattern. Yeah. And also, like, like, why? Like, it's like, this is like, it's unnecessary hostility. Like, YouTube's got a million fucking problems on the website. Why the fuck are they even letting this happen? We said with diluting issue of censorship, YouTube's done the same with moderation. Users made policies that are restrictive. Now they have an impossible amount of content to review. Yeah, I mean, like, and again, like, the same, like, Quantum didn't get banned. Like, and that's the thing is, like, how the fuck is it racism, right? Quantum doesn't get fucking banned, but Gideon is getting strikes left and right? What the fuck? Quantum said that he hoped, he was sad that more gay people didn't get shot in the Pulse shooting at the gay club? Are you fucking kidding me? He's telling people they should kill themselves in a video? Bro, like, what the fuck? Yeah, go watch the Ackman. I interviewed him, and it's a whole saga. It was maybe like 4 months ago, 3 months ago. It's just fucked up, man. And again, I think that's just it's YouTube massively mismanaging, and then people filling in the gaps. And I think in this circumstance, there's a lot of people that are going to fill in this gap in the exact same way that there's a lot of people that fill in the gap with woke shit on Netflix. It's the exact same fucking thing.
That love this platform. And to see that these other races aren't being able to talk to the CEO of YouTube is very disheartening. Like, yeah, chat. I watched Ludwig's interview, and I watched Penguin's interview. I didn't watch Anthony's interview, and I didn't watch the Game Theorist interview, Matt Pat. But I want to see what Susan has to say about the black side of YouTube. And I'm pretty sure there's Asian YouTubers want to see what Susan has to say about the Asian side of YouTube. And I'm pretty sure there's Hispanic YouTubers.
And it doesn't have to be Susan, by the way. It could be somebody else. But yeah.
YouTubers, viewers that want to see what Susan has to say about the Hispanic side. So that's what I'm trying to say, chat, is, yeah, we got Black YouTube Month, YouTube Black or whatever it's called. Yeah, we have that.
I always hate that. Whenever these companies, they'll do something for February, and then they'll just let this bullshit happen for the whole year. So yeah, it's like this pandering bullshit, and then they'll just let this happen. I don't like that.
Yeah, we have the spotlight. Yeah, YouTube hit me up on Twitter in February. Yeah, cool.
Great.
But YouTube, we don't care about that. We don't care about YouTube Black.
It's patronizing. It's like you only matter 1 month of the year? The fuck? Like, it's just like, it's so, just, like, gross.
We don't care about you adding us in the month of February.
Yeah.
What we care about is that we all have the same opportunity as our peers.
It's not hard.
Ludwig doesn't do his job any better than I do, and I don't do my job any better than Ludwig does. We do our job the exact same, and we bring different things.
Actually, weren't Miz and Soda promoting steak in Ludwig's mogul money in the YouTube stadium? Jokingly? So what's the logic there? Is like a joking higher up? It's okay to joke about steak, but it's not okay to say steak is bad? I love Ludwig. The other two guys are in my org. I don't think there's anything wrong with any of it. But it's like, again, if you're a guy and you feel like you're being targeted, people are programmed to see patterns. They are programmed for it. How the fuck do you not see that pattern?
Things to your platform. That's why YouTube is so great. Because what I lack, Ludwig has. And what Ludwig lacks in, that's what I have.
Exactly.
That's what we need.
You can watch
diversity.
two creators.
And that's what YouTube has. But our commanders-in-chief at YouTube have to show love to everybody else. All right, chat.
Yeah.
That's the end of my rant. That's the end of my rant, man.
Yeah, it is bigger in black and white. That's what I was saying. Like, I think every content creator should get behind this. To make sure that, like, and again, because there's nothing about it being black. Like, I can see how he can draw this parallel. And I can't say that there's nothing about it that's not about it being black. I don't know. However, maybe if I watch Corey's video, my mind will be changed. However, again, isn't it odd? No shout-outs for Kai. No shout-outs for Your Rage. No shout-outs for Bruce. Maybe it's because they all stream at night and all the Twitch staff is asleep, and so they're always asleep and they never get to see the streams. That must be it, guys. That's what it is. I guess so. Do you get shoutouts? I've been featured more than all three of them combined. Yes. I don't get a lot of shoutouts. I don't have a great relationship with Twitch, but I get featured more than all three of them combined. And so, I don't know, man. I feel like he's riding coattails here. Maybe you can say maybe it's racism. It's impossible to know. I think that he's just sharing his opinion. And again, like, and this is like it's easy to see things from your perspective, and sometimes it's harder to see something from somebody else's. think about it from his perspective. Look at the examples that he used and see how you would feel if those examples were used. Like, people mauled out every February. People mauled out every June because gay or black people get promoted, and they think that's bullshit. They get mad about that every fucking year. So it's not like this is unprecedented. It's not like, oh, white people don't do this too. Everybody fucking does this because people are programmed to see patterns. It's not hard to just prevent this from happening. And also, beyond any of this, the strikes should be overturned. Gideon's strikes should be 100% overturned. They're fucking bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. Let me go ahead and link to that. I've been in Kai's stream. He's talking about piping bitches and sex every 3 minutes. Oh, really? Kai talks about sex, so he never gets any shout-outs. Oh, wow. I guess... I mean, what, do only black people do that? Get the fuck out of here. I do that all the time. Soda does that all the time. Fucking Miz does that all the time. XQC does that all the time. I don't want to hear that. That's horse shit. And if it is the real reason, they should step off their fucking high horse. It's not that big of a deal. Give the video a like. I didn't know Gideon had a second channel. I'm going to subscribe to it. I think that some people are just very defensive because they've heard, you know, things that are called racism whenever they're not all the time. And they think that sometimes people use the word racism to distract from legitimate criticism, and they use it as a shield. And I think that does happen sometimes, and it's bad. But that's not all the time. There are some times this happens. And also, even if this isn't happening, I think that it's reasonable, given the examples that he used, for him to feel that way. I can see how he would feel the way that he feels. I think this is just poor management. Because the same thing happened to Actman, and Actman's white. Quantum got nothing happen to him. And Quantum did something worse than Gideon's ever done. A million times. I think it's just mismanagement. But I think YouTube should do a better job to disabuse people of the notion that it is something else. And they should do that with, instead of words or shout outs on Twitter, do it with actions. Give these guys some content and some interviews with the YouTube executives. There's no reason not to. That's the way I feel about it. I hope more people react to this and they watch it and they give it support. I'll link it one more time.
This is a big one, and this is again, I've heard your philosophy on this multiple times. The WoW has gone through a very long history of going back and forth between bring the player or the class.
Oh, the buffs.
So last expansion,
yep,
playing perfectly optimally, there was about 7 spots in a 20-man raid that were basically required with something that you could not really replace with any other class.
Yeah,
this expansion,
like a warlock.
So far, again, taking a few liberties, but even leaving a few out, there's a bit closer to 12.
Wow.
Speaking for a not world first or high level cutting edge team who will probably make it work regardless, but more for the 10 to 15 man AOTC level teams that might not have some very powerful buffs or might have to swap classes.
They're gimps.
And, like, play something they maybe don't like as much to make themselves more powerful. I understand a lot of people don't need to be fully optimal.
Volume up.
Basically, can you explain your philosophy around raid buffs and how it's differed from X?
Volume should be good.
Where some classes were not required and now might be.
Yeah, so, okay, let's see, there's let me make sure I have.
That was a
all
long
of that
question.
straight.
Sorry about
So,
that.
yeah, no, okay. So like, I guess, I mean, so some of it is stuff you mentioned that I've talked about in the past, but I think the origins of bring the player, not the class, were like the extreme other end of the spectrum back in late Burning Crusade, where it wasn't just raid buffs, it was a matrix of party buffs, and it was, as people saw in BC raiding,
raid buffs were too
you need
much.
a rogue in the group with a warrior to give battle shout, the warrior needs Wind Fury or they're bad, and sometimes you'd have somebody who's a good player,
Feral
plays
druids.
a class that's theoretically good, but you don't have room for them in your specific raid party matrix, and so they can't contribute. That felt clearly not what we wanted, and we moved away from that steadily. But I think where we're moving back towards is class mattering, making sure that the best raid composition, if you want to be optimal, is one that has representation of all 12, soon to be all 13 classes.
What's the difference between optimal and not, though?
20-player Mythic Raid format supports that. I think that's something that is friendly for pugs as well in a flex raid setting. Like if you're a pug leader, you're trying to recruit the optimal group, get a group together. If you don't have a warlock, you should be looking for a warlock. If you don't have a hunter, you should be looking for a hunter.
I'm going to talk about that after
this. Which is the meta range spec, this tier, let me just bring 5 of them and we're good to go. That helps provide
what the fuck?
social opportunities for the full range of players. Now, that said, we want to make sure that none of these buffs feels too impactful.
Like
to the point
Warlock.
that it's like, you can't go without it. It's utterly mandatory at multiple levels.
It's
of
not
play,
mandatory, it's just better.
The top tier level. In that case, we want to look at things like tuning. We want to look at things like alternate buff items that can provide a substitute, or just increasing availability. I think the two most classic
that's
ones
what
in
you
this
need
space
to
are, Bloodlust,
Increase-
Valorous. I think no group at almost any level is going to go without them. The percentage of classes that brings those buffs has decreased naturally over the years. That's something we're looking at changing.
That's a good
little
point.
scoop
I never
for
thought
you.
of that.
I think you'll probably see this in the next beta build, or next alpha build rather. Evokers will bring Bloodlust, so we'll have a 4th Lust class in the mix.
Wow.
We're also looking at adding Battle Res to one more class. Possibly Paladins, likely Paladins, but don't 100% quote me on that.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yep.
A new responsibility from
We want
McConnell.
to take a step back and look at the whole ecosystem now that we've explored the space of individual buffs on the class level. We don't want to close that door and say, no, we're not doing this. But it's absolutely possible that when you take all 38 specs in their totality, there's just too much of this now. We're too close to the Burning Crusade space, at which point, over the next month, we'll want to pull back on some of those.
That's smart.
But, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so actually, I will have a follow-up question on that, because that was actually, first of all, that was an amazing answer. Thank you for that. But,
that was okay.
So when you talk about, like, a scenario where, okay, if you are trying to play optimally, you maybe will want to have one of every spec. I think there's a couple of polarizing versions of raid utility right now that I kind of want to hear your opinion on.
Gateway.
So currently, I think of the, how many classes are there now? Is it 13 with Evokers?
Yep.
Okay, with 13 classes, I think 10 have ones where they have either an hour-long raid buff that is basically irreplaceable, or are in some way you're bringing them to raid. Like, for example, Warlocks don't have them, but if you've been around, Gateways, Hellstones, Summons, Wipe Recovery, all those things are extremely powerful.
Thank you, Max.
And you need one of those classes. How do you look at abilities like DK's Death Grip, where it's not a class you need to have in the raid every pull, but if there is a raid boss or a dungeon or something that requires grips, that is as important or more important than that. So how do you balance between classes that just have
Death
a
Grip
button
is
that puts them in
goated.
the raid versus classes that have such strong situational utility where they're needed immensely for small things but not for every boss?
So you're asking us to nerf Death Grip, in other words.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying.
No, I know.
Yeah.
He's like, wait a minute, hold up.
Honestly, carefully. Like, needed is the thing that shouldn't be something that we're building in encounters, certainly on non-mythic difficulties. Like, if having knockbacks, having Death Grip, having a certain tool makes your life a bit easier in normal and heroic, great. And again, like, pug leaders especially. Pug leaders are encouraged to, it's flex raid for a reason. Look for a Death Knight. There's a ton out there who are actively looking for groups. Get one in, it'll help you. Philosophically, like, we talk about normal versus heroic. I think part of the difference there, like, a normal group, normal mode is pugs, but also just really casual friends and family groups that are just there to play with each other. They're not looking to bring strangers into their group. They're not necessarily looking to, like, recruit to get a certain class or re-roll.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that at that difficulty, you can succeed regardless. You can succeed with a very suboptimal comp as long as you have the basics covered. At heroic level, like to some extent, the difference there, even if you're not like cutting edge mythic, you still, there's some challenge, there's some coordination, you care about success. You're not going to bring along a person who's doing 50% less damage than everybody else.
You hear that,
You're failing
McConnell?
to do the DPS check.
You
And
can't
in
come
that
next time.
space, bringing in classes that can help you is
Nico.
useful. If it's ever literally impossible, then we're going to probably make mechanical changes to the encounter. We're going to give you more time. We're going to, you know, make a cast interruptible. We'll do something there so it's like it's not just ridiculously punishing if you don't have that specific class. Honestly, though, like things like Death Grip, we would like more of those because it's so cool. Because it's more than just 5% damage or whatever passive buff. It lets you shape your strategy, and I think lets the player who is the Death Knight, even though they may, you know, resent having to run out and do some utility at the expense of their parse here or there, it lets them feel like they have a special role that's contributing to their group's success.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. Also,
it's
just
one class,
definitely,
it's
like,
too
these
much.
DKs are wild, but yeah,
One class
I was
is too
more
much.
kind of along the lines of like implying like, I think it's hunters, DKs, and shamans, I believe, that are the only class in the game basically that has situational fight utility instead of just they have something that makes them in all the time. So I was kind of just saying like maybe if
What a
you
hunter
didn't
set.
actually want where like okay you will always have at least one of these, so you have 8 spots or sorry 7 spots now to fill with just what you want if you're being
What was it,
optimal.
Play-Based questions?
Obviously,
No,
you
it's
don't have to be.
not. I'll
You're being
explain it
optimal,
afterwards.
and then you have that.
These
But
are good
currently there
questions.
I think it's only you're kind of trending in this direction, so maybe we haven't seen the full vision of it, but like there is still I think like 2 or 3 classes that don't have something that puts them in the raid all the time.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, we are looking at representation.
Hunters are
across
overpowered.
what the
They don't need
actual
anything.
stats are. We want to have a good something we feel is a good idea, something that's elegant.
They're always
it's not,
overpowered.
You know, it's easy to say, okay, this class has nothing. They get some new passive 3% stat buff, and now everyone has to. But that feels like a cop out.
It
So
is.
it's like,
Don't do that.
If there's a representation problem that we need to solve, and we're coming up with a good idea, we want to move in that general direction, but you know, not at the expense of elegant design.
Excellent. And actually, this actually isn't even a question. I just wanted to bring something up on the note of like bringing classes to raids to make sure it's accessible. Along something that's often forgot about when talking about the DK thing we talked about at the beginning of this interview, where it was the video you were watching was not about DKs. It was about melee representation in raids. And I want to say, since that video, you guys have actually done a very good job at that. This expansion so far, Sanctum and Sepulcher, as opposed to like the normal comp, you've been able to stack basically as much melee in both of those raids on every boss as much as possible, and that has not happened before previously in WoW. So whatever adjustments you guys made there, it didn't actually trivialize melee, which was my fear for it, and it did make them more accessible. So just thank you for that.
Cool. Thank you, and yeah, kudos to the Encounter team. Really, I mean, it's something we talked about as an active goal. Like, how can we get ideal raid representation, melee versus range balance, better representing?
I think just make melee do more damage
and do that
than
without,
range.
like you said,
I think that's
just
what they
making
should
the
do.
fights patchwork for melee. Because that was the traditional way back in the day of like, all right, these mechanics just don't target melee. Cool, they can just stand there and punch the boss for 5 minutes, but
yeah, just make them do more damage.
Yeah. And then
Simple
one more
to me.
last thing before we move on to Mythic Plus. So you did mention something about, you know, if you need to, you would potentially add them back, but just to specifically ask the, so if you feel like it's hard enough to get certain things in the game, you guys are not opposed to potentially bringing back the scrolls that existed in BFA, or
Yeah,
maybe
those were
not
nice.
buffing Lust Drums back to what they are, because you just added another class that brings it, right?
I mean, I think we're open to it. I think part of the challenge there is also, when you think about where the scrolls are used, they're not just a raid consumable, they become, you know, a mandatory consumable for every dungeon situation.
Exactly.
Where by definition, you're not going to have class representation because...
Yeah, it's like you have to have it.
And then it also starts to turn into like, well, wait, so the thing that I bring as a warrior, as a druid, whatever, is like a 2% better version of this buff where people don't have to spend gold on a consumable. Like, that just makes their contribution feel less cool. So ideally, we would want to find...
They need to do what they did in Wrath.
Whether maybe that's reducing the baseline
Overlaps.
power or otherwise tuning so that it just still feels like, cool, we have this class, this is a benefit that we have, and the difference between having it and not is, you know, something that you can't overcome otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay. And just one more note that it just popped up to me. this expansion in Shadowlands, as opposed to before, you actually you have consumables you use at like the beginning of a dungeon or beginning of a raid fight that is actually in a much higher number than you did previously. So you have like the armor kits, you have the sharpening stones, the oils, that kind of stuff. Do you guys see that continuing into Dragonflight?
That's a good question. I think we've
I don't
probably gone
know.
a bit too far there, and I think as we're nailing down, just finalizing professions in Dragonflight, want to take a step back and see what the sum total of that experience is. I think a lot of those examples that you gave were things that we did to make blacksmiths and leatherworkers, frankly, feel more relevant. Feel like they had something that, other than the legendary crafting templates, they could sell that was part of the economy. Dragonflight is solving that problem on 5 other levels.
Yeah, so maybe get rid of
a world where you need to apply 5 or 6 things, it makes each one of them less meaningful, and also just the general economic burden of like doing runs, doing the content, probably gets to be higher than we want it to be.
It's the endeavor of it.
Okay. So that's all
You
it
got
for Raid.
something
I just have
else.
a few more questions about Mythic Plus.
Okay, here we go.
So the Mythic Plus system in Dragonflight, kind of getting a sneak peek of it in Season 4. So I think it'll actually, probably be a lot better now that you've had a run at retuning some old raids, which has been really nice. The only thing that I could kind of think of as a potential downside is that what happens if, in Season 1, you run into one of your new Dragonflight dungeons that is just extremely good. It is like the key that people want to run, not because it's easy to time, it's just like this key is so very fun. You can think
Like
of a lot of people have
Stars.
different opinions of these.
Yeah.
But like what that would be. It may sadden Mythic Plus players that they have an amazing dungeon and they don't get to play it for a long time. So basically what I'm asking is, what's the balance of good versus new? And if anything, you might not be able to speak on this because kind of in the future, but, like, do you have any plans for Season 3 or 4 of Mythic Plus? As at that point, you've kind of shown what you'll do in Season 1 and 2, right? You'll have 4 Dragonflight and 4 returning. Maybe to bring back some old favorites.
I love doing old characters. I think that's so cool.
We definitely have room to revisit, maybe tweak or update, or just revisit as they were if everyone loves them, a dungeon later on in the season. I think Season 2 is almost certainly going to be the other 4 Dragonflight dungeons,
That
plus
makes
4
sense.
other legacy ones. But beyond that, I think one thing the structure does is also gives more room for us to potentially add all new dungeons over the course of an expansion.
Yeah, that's what they've done.
Something we would like to get back
Since
to doing
Legion.
more of. I think back in Legion, when we last did this, one of the quick challenges that we ran into was integrating a brand new dungeon into a pool of dungeons that the community had already mastered. Like when Cathedral Mythic Plus rolled out,
this is
that
such
was
a good point.
That was a super dead key for a long time.
Fuck
even
that
more so
as
with
well.
Secret of Triumvirate.
Yeah.
Fuck that
And,
dungeon,
It
man.
wasn't actually like the challenges. It wasn't that they were. In some cases, they were actually harder. But like beyond that, it wasn't that they were that much harder. It's that you were comparing a dungeon the community had 1 week of knowledge of to a dungeon they had been running.
We spent 4
for
hours
over a year
in a plus 10.
but treating them equally in terms of rewards, in terms of what challenge they were supposed to offer. When we have all new pools, that's not an issue anymore. So I think as we look towards the later seasons, if there's new dungeons
Cathedral.
introduced, that actually naturally
Cathedral,
goes there.
Return of Darkness.
We definitely can revisit any favorites from the first 8 while continuing to rotate through cool legacy dungeons.
Excellent. That is a perfect answer. And then also just a question about gear. So this gets brought up a lot, but I just kind of want to maybe phrase it in a little bit different way.
Okay.
So with Mythic Plus becoming more of an endgame avenue for people, is there a potential to add higher level loot acquisition for people who are doing top world level keys specifically?
It should
So, like,
cap at
obviously
20.
raiding and PvP both get functionally higher eye level, but a lot of people exclusively Mythic Plus. Basically, is there a Mythic Plus key level that exists where it is kind of the same thing as killing maybe the last 2 bosses on Mythic, even though obviously you don't have to find 20 people to raid with, and then one is spammable for loot, and one of them is a weekly lockout, all of that included. Just have you guys had any more thoughts on that?
There is a key level that exists. It's definitely a different key level for Lower Karazhan than Workshop, but that's one of the challenges.
That makes
too.
it complicated, doesn't it?
This spammability of it definitely is a factor. That's something we've grappled with when it comes to Mythic Plus loot since its introduction back in Legion.
It's a good answer. I'm glad Ian
how
knows.
varied dungeon pools are, because of just the social factors of if someone's running a dungeon on a Saturday, we don't want people feeling like, well, I'm already locked for the week, or I've already maxed out on my loot for the week, so I don't want to run it with you. That's led us to every dungeon run gives you some loot.
Yeah.
But of course, balancing that against weekly throttled systems like just raids and PvP means that if it's too rewarding, we just completely killed raiding. And I would argue that one of the problems
You're doing that already.
for not Mythic guilds so much, but normal and heroic guilds right now, is the tension between raid rewards and
Why
Mythic Plus
raid?
rewards.
There's no reason
if you're
to.
in a group progressing through Heroic over the course of a season,
why raid?
But half of your raid is running 15s outside of raid time, you don't really need that raid loot anymore.
Maybe because
it causes division within the group, even between the people who are doing Mythic Plus and people who aren't. None of that is great.
The raids suck.
So anyway, all of that said, the direction I think we'd like to move in, though I don't have specific changes to announce, is on the one hand actually trying to, between tuning and rewards, bring that baseline down a little bit, or at least bring the baseline challenge up a little bit, so that there's more of more parity between raid, dungeon, PvP,
it's impossible.
In that space. But at the same time, find ways to let Mythic Plus players reach the top of the mountain. Like whether it's, I don't know, whether there's some level that you clear in your Great Vaults that lets you get Mythic end boss quality loot or whatever else. We'd like to make them truly equal in that sense, but there's some problems to solve along the way.
Yeah, definitely. There's also, I think this season kind of showcased what can happen to the heroic raid difficulty by having Mythic Plus available for, like, you uncapped Valor, for example, right? So if you just went hard enough and you farmed
why would you do
enough Valor, like anyone can do them. You can get full 298 gear, and you will not want any single drop out of heroic basically, except for the last boss. So there's a level there of balancing to where like
I need to get new gear.
Okay, I haven't thought about it like that before. Thank you.
But at the high end, like I think there's absolutely every bit as much skill that goes into
who cares
pushing really, really high keys. We should be rewarding that equally. We just have to find
I mean, who gives a fuck?
All right, well that's actually we blazed through basically all the main stuff I wanted to talk about. I do have a few more questions about like class trees and dragon riding.
Yeah, like
So with how fun and successful dragon riding, for the few of us who've been able to actually try it yet, hopefully soon a lot more people get it in their hands.
Talk about
is
soar.
Unbelievable. I think it like fully
transcends
soar. Flying. In fact, it's so good that I feel like just flying normally just feels bad because of how good the system is.
Yeah.
Are there any thoughts or plans in the future to allow dragon riding in the open world, potentially some race content and old zone and stuff like that?
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, that's certainly one of those things we started talking about pretty quickly once initial alpha impressions came in.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
I think we built the system focused on Dragon Isles so that we really didn't have as many of the guardrails in designing it that we might have had if we were building it from day one as an evergreen game-wide system. A challenge here is also, not the specific mounts, the Dragon Ride we built to support Dragon Riding. We want to be very mindful of preserving players' investment.
Don't you
and
say it.
the usefulness of the hundreds of mounts that many people have collected. They've spent years farming up. If suddenly those mounts are consigned to the dust heap because they can't do all the cool dragon riding stuff, that feels like a problem.
That will never happen.
All that said, like, when we introduce
that
any
will
one
never
of these
happen,
features, our hope is that it's awesome enough.
It will
that
never happen.
People don't want to say goodbye to it, but we want to carry it forward, for the rest of the game's future. And so far, this is looking to be landing in that space. So we're very happy about that. Recognize that when Dragonflight is behind us, when we're leaving the Dragon Isles, people are not going to feel great about going back to their old, just, floating at a static speed through the sky mounts.
He's making me
we
mad.
want to have a solution when we get there.
All right, cool. Let's see. I have two other ones. I'm trying to kind of combine them maybe to come up with something that is a little better. So, so far the class trees have been excellent. The best ones give you things you haven't had before. They give you choice. Being able, maybe not even adding things you're getting, but necessarily just dropping things you don't maybe need for a specific encounter to give you a passive or another thing that will make you more powerful in what you're doing. This has been achieved through most of the specs in the game, but the feedback has been a little varied. So we've had, some specs get feedback every Friday for this entire patch so far with great changes. There's been other classes that didn't have posts for a month, but then just got this massive dump of information that was clearly being worked on the whole time, with excellent changes, speaking about DK specifically. And then some other classes have had less updates. Basically, just asking, can there be a more standardized level of feedback between all the classes?
It's not gonna happen.
How has that been going?
Well, he's gonna say I wish. But
Druids and priests, we hear you.
We hear you. Yes, not gonna happen. Okay.
Apologies for the silence. I know, you deserve better, and you rightly expect that.
Yep. I've said that to my girlfriend many times.
We would have had.
Yep.
Just more even-headed communication across.
You deserve
the board.
better, but
the challenge is
change.
It's I know $1 billion company and all, but at the end of the day, it's also a number of humans who can all just fit in one room together.
$1 company, you know?
Both
Yeah, true.
the class design side of it and the community communication side of it. And life happens, that results in, you know, gaps along the way. Sometimes one developer is working on a couple of classes and has one done, but they need to get the other one done because understandably players of that class are impatient, but that means in turn that they're less focused on the first one for now and are going to get back to it. And so it's stuff like that. I know sometimes it can be helpful just to hear from us that
we hear you.
We don't have anything right now. We're working on it. We're going to have news for you.
He was going to say it, but he didn't want to because he knew it would be a meme.
We all need to collectively work to get better at ever.
He was going to fucking say it.
Going on, people are just waiting for you.
Excellent. Okay, and I think I have time for one more question. So, first of all, that's excellent, and I don't even know if I need to enter with a question. The question isn't even that good. I just want to point out that you guys have the right idea with class trees. The ones being done at their best, and you've seen over time the ones that were a bit more problematic have obviously been a deep amount of collaboration there, and they have seen the things that have worked in other trees and moved on to others. So far, I think the fact that some of them at their very best show an unbelievable form of content, I think all of us are just really happy to see it, and just hope that all the classes kind of end up turning around with the same, because I know it's gonna be a long road, right? Because you're just now, it seems with the posts, you're getting into the tuning section, right?
Yeah.
Where like now that you've added a bunch of new capstones, you're gonna need to make sure that they all kind of make sense. Some of them weren't capstone nodes before. They need to really compete with each other.
Exactly.
So you guys ready to just talk about that process?
Yeah, tuning and iteration, right? I mean, and that's going to mean replacing some talents, redesigning some things that just aren't working. But we obviously needed to get the broad foundations out there. Looking forward to raid testing, Mythic Plus, endgames, seeing people actually using these builds in different situations, and moving beyond theory crafting to playing with them. And that's the only thing that's ahead of us. And frankly, that's actually a little bit of a relief. Like at this point in Shadowlands, we still had 4 different systems to implement. It was like, cool, we got these things done. Now let's finish making conduits and Torghast powers. Here, okay, we have our first pass of the talent trees done. 100% of the team's time is going to be focused on listening, responding, iterating, and then tuning.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
I have one super quick question for you. Just wanted to seed this as a question for you for the community.
Okay.
How do you guys feel about simultaneous normal, heroic, mythic release as a thing in, let's say, hypothetical future tiers?
His face. He's like, oh no.
I think, for me personally, Okay, so I haven't had any time to think about this, but something that I think is an issue is like one thing you guys have done some things to mitigate in the past.
I think it's fine
like,
the way it
had
is.
to reduce what crazy things we would do during heroic.
Yeah, I
like,
think it's
Mythic
fine
first
how
comes
it
out.
is.
But the reality is that's because we have an entire week to do degenerate things. If Mythic is out, that really solves a lot of the decision making. You'd be doing a lot of things when Mythic is out, but I mean that is a massive source of information. I don't know. That's very overwhelming. I would need to figure that out.
Yeah,
but
no.
Chat
and to be clear, I'm super I'm not genuinely not announcing anything there.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure out, you know. I mean, yeah, there's holidays coming up. There's stuff going on. We want to think through how our raid rollout is going to work for the start of Dragonflight, and community feedback always helps.
I think it'd be.
Did he just announce it?
I'm not positive, but I think it would be worth a shot, especially with like the potential.
If you extrapolate that, yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I'm so much at once, but I'm almost positive that it's a good thing. But I would need to like actually sit down and actually think about it. So, yeah, thank you for that. That was very cool.
I actually don't think
thank you
it's a big
so much
deal.
for the answers. That was deeply insightful. I love hearing you talk about WoW. I'm very passionate about it, and very clearly you are too. So thank you for that.
Pleasure. Yeah, thank you very much, and look forward to doing it again.
All right, thanks, man. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Yep.
Shout out to Max for the interview. Shout out to Ian. Everything like that. I think that went pretty well.
There we go, chat. That went really well, I think.
I agree. Definitely.
Oh, you guys got an ad?
Oh, nice. Good one.
Lamau.
Gotcha, bitch. Oh. Yeah, listen. I'll talk about it in a minute.
That was nice. That was a good interview.
Yeah,
I'm glad that really went well.
to Max.
I was going through.
I've done one of them. I want to talk a little bit about this myself, okay? So we got to have a little bit of conversation here about like the whole situation that Ian was talking about, right? So number one, let's go into I wrote down a few little bit of notes here because I kind of have like I got to talk about this shit. So Ian, I think like a lot of his answers were like not awful. I mean, I really don't think that they were awful. However, I feel like they could have been better, and I want to talk a little bit about why I think they could be better, what could be better specifically, and what I'm worried about seeing in Dragonflight. And I think where the problems kind of lie in terms of class balance. So number one, it's about the idea of bring the class, not the player. So here's what they should do instead of this, right? So instead of bring the class, not the player, it should be bring the classes, not the player. Having one class that can do a death grip is shit. The reason why heroism is fine is because 5 classes, 3 or 4 or 5 classes have heroism. The reason why battle res is fine is because a bunch of classes have battle res. You should have overlap between the different buffs. For many of you guys, you might not remember this, but Horn of Winter, which was a Death Knight ability, and Battle Shout used to be the same buff. And if you brought a DK, you didn't need a warrior. If you brought a warrior, you didn't need a DK. The problem is not that certain classes have unique advantages. The problem is that one class has a unique advantage. And also, what's this here? Bad take, some classes need class-specific abilities. So, need. Why does it need? Why does it? So, okay, all right. So, let's talk about, whoa, they need this. Why? So your fantasy of what you believe this class is can be fulfilled in some sense of fucking ephemeral idea in your mind. Meanwhile, somebody's sitting there trying to do a raid, and they can't find a Death Knight. I don't give a shit about...
Ne vi govnom mogu, jedan je moguće. Fuck me.
what your ideals are whenever 19 other people are sitting around waiting for the Death Knight to log on or waiting for the Warlock to come back from eating food. No shot. Get the fuck out of here. That's the worst idea ever. It's like, again, this is the fucking same shit that New World did. Oh, well, we want people to go out and explore the world. We want to give it a sense of grandeur. We want to... Get the fuck out of here, man. You're walking over to kill 3 wolves and then you're walking back. Nobody wants to walk back. It takes too long. It's like all the people... Whenever you have a conflict of the ideal versus the reality, in my opinion, the reality always wins. And that's what I think happens. And Death Knights are all over the goddamn place. Death Knights are extremely good. Like, Death Grip is a... Like, there is no other class that can do what Death Grip can do. And for example, on Soul Render, in Sanctum of Domination, having Death Grip is a tremendous advantage. It is a massive fucking advantage. And you're right. Oh, you don't need this. Absolutely not, right? But a Death Grip in that fight makes the fight a lot easier. And it makes it easier on normal mode, it makes it easier on heroic, and it makes it a lot easier on mythic. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that's the case. But what I am saying is that it's a bad thing that only Death Knights can Death Grip. I think give it to 2 other classes. Give 2 other classes a flex talent that they can use. Like a warrior can use a chain to pull something in instead of being able to charge. And they can swap out of that if they want to, because it makes it easier to fill a raid, and you don't have to design raids without certain abilities because some classes can trivialize them. That's what I think they should be able to do. That's the smarter thing to do. Is that not class identity? Class identity. You know what my identity is whenever I'm in the raid? I am a rock. Because I'm not moving. Because I'm waiting for a Death Knight. I'm waiting for a Warlock. I don't want that. I don't... See, I don't give a fuck about this ideal. I give a fuck about playing the game. Playing and putting time into the game on a minute-to-minute, hour-to-hour, day-to-day, lockout-to-lockout rotation. And the fact is that all of these ideals have been strangling the game. That's what they've been doing. They're sucking and fucking cucking the life out of the game because people want to adhere to some fantasy ideal that happened 20 years ago that can be iterated in many other regards. Like look at Legion, for example. Every class was at the peak of its class fantasy. And listen, there wasn't a million individual unique buffs. People were able to do a bunch of different stuff. It's bullshit. They gave more classes to take class identity abilities versus talent trees. They actually support 10-man rating correctly. Exactly. Weird take, to be honest. When you Death Grip, you don't just pull one person. You pull the entire chat to the hour ad break. Well, exactly, right? And that's what I'm saying, is that whenever you make 19 other people, 20 other people wait for that one person, that's a problem, man. And every class, every spell is easy. I think that there should be overlap, right? So, like, you have different things. So, like, let me give you some examples. Melee attack power should be DKs, warriors, maybe rogues, right? Or hunters. Let's see, like caster damage. Caster damage, yeah, maybe monks too, sure. Caster damage, mage, moon boys, but maybe warlocks with a certain pet. I don't know, maybe not. Like, I don't know. But, like, it's just an idea, right? A hunter or something like that. Yeah, shaman totem. Shaman totem, there you go. And so, this is the way it should be designed. And the thing is that this is not the way it should be designed. They already did this. We did this back in Wrath. We did this shit back in Wrath, where they were like, man, these fucking like super rigid group comps were dog shit in Burning Crusade, and we don't like them, so we're gonna make it a little bit easier to do. And Wrath was better because of that. Yeah, it was like this up until WoD. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is how it was for like years, and it was fine. I don't know why they went back on this. It's such a bad idea. Giving BRS to Paladins make them more copy. This is a problem. I read it the first time. Stop typing it now, okay? Anyway, Ian talked about that. He said you'd literally just take 5 of the same meta class instead. If somebody wants to go in and bring 5 of a meta class instead, let them do it. Stop trying to sabotage the game because the top 5% of players want to spend 2 extra hours in LFG finding 5 Death Knights or 5 Hunters or something like that. This is not a real problem. This is not a situation that an average player encounters. This is basically them saying that we are more concerned with the top 1 to 5% of players getting an advantage than the bottom 99 to 95% of players being inconvenienced constantly. It's stupid. You just think about how stupid that is. I select everything party-wide, different classes bringing the same buffs, it's all good. You want to know why? It's because the buffs that they bring are output buffs and not utility buffs. And the difference is that a utility buff like Gateway and Death Grip, for example, are things that are very, very hard to change. It is very hard to actually go and quantify the value of something like that. But with something like in Lost Ark, where like, oh, I do red dust, everybody does more damage. Okay, right? That makes sense. But the utility buffs are the ones that are very hard to quantify. And those are the ones where the real imbalances come into them, right? And now you have specs with no buffs. Yeah, there it is. And they make us a talent tree. Top 1% will always be the 1% because they're smarter. Exactly. That's what it is. And WoW's gonna die because of these boomers. They just can't change. They're so it's WoW brain, man. It's WoW brain. They can't think outside of the confines that Blizzard has put them in. They're in this little cage. It's like, well, there's only one class that should ever be able to Death Grip because that's all there ever was, and that's just what it has to be. Because if there's class, shut the fuck up. Like, think outside the box. Many games don't have this. Talking about a game came out in 2008, asking for big changes. Yes. I'm talking about a game that came out in 2008, came out in 2004, by the way, and I'm asking for big changes. I'm asking for it to change back to the game that came out in 2008. Actually. I'm just saying. Just, you know, like little, actually, funny you should mention that. Imagine 3 PvP classes have grip. Yeah, no, thank you. I would say that, having that advantage is better than making PvE shit. And that's what it is. Don't think it's Boomer's fault. Back in the day, it doesn't matter if you raid for 3 hours. Nowadays, you get yelled at whenever it takes 3 minutes longer than the last week. Everyone's so fucking min-maxing. Yeah, everybody complains about that. Then whenever you look at the way they play like trash. They're not complaining about min-maxing. They're just complaining about the fact that they can put in 0 effort and people don't want to play with them. No, not everybody is min-maxing. There's plenty of groups that just take things casually. But many people actually want to join a min-max group because it's more efficient, but they don't want to min-max. And no, I'm not going to give you any quarter on that. That's ridiculous. It's pathetic. Let's see here. Is 3 separate abilities for PvE content like PvP skills? No, I think that all abilities should be the exact same. I don't even like PvP talents. I think they're stupid. Every ability should play the same in most situations, as much as possible. Change Death Grip for an actual buff that justifies a red spot. Grip is useful and probably one boss during the whole expansion. Yes, but it's invaluable in those situations. It is a tremendous advantage to have that. And I think that there should at least be 2 classes that provide each type of utility. It's just a smarter thing to do. It's a better way. It makes it to where there are less requirements. It's easier to make groups. And I think that there's no idea that, like, let's say you have like a mage portal instead of a gateway. Is that killing the class fantasy of a warlock? No, it's fucking not. That's ridiculous. I played a warlock for 15 years. It's not even doing anything remotely close to that. If a warrior could put down a banner and do a call to battle and summon people through a banner, does that kill the warlock's class fantasy? No, it has nothing to do with it. Class fantasy does not have to be rigid things that provide a fucking handicap to you whenever you don't have them. That's not the only way to have class fantasy. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you're looking for reason, BJ. Yeah, exactly. So like that's what I think that they should do. They should do with this, with the utility and the buffs and everything like that. And also the reason why people don't raid. I want to move past this. I've made myself very clear, right? I think that different buffs should be in effectively categories. And there should be different groups of classes that can provide the same buff. Giving one buff to only one class, I think, is what's the problem. I think you should have different types of utilities that are available and accessible by multiple classes, and different buffs that are also available and accessible by multiple classes. I don't think the solution to that is adding in the consumable tomes and scrolls like they have in BFA, though. I think it's just giving more classes the buff so you can be more expected to have it in different groups. So that's in general what I think they should do, and I think that's what they've already done in many expansions before, and I felt like the game was better in those cases. Anyway, so we're talking about why raiding. People are talking about, well, Mythic Plus, like why would anybody raid if there's Mythic Plus giving you gear? The reason why people don't raid is because raiding is designed to waste your time. You waste your time getting to the dungeon, you waste your time doing the trash pulls, you waste your time doing everything. And if you look at every single Mythic Plus dungeon as like one 30-minute block, and then you compare a 4-hour raid, are you killing 8 bosses in that 4-hour raid? There are many guilds that don't. And the fact is that also a lot of raids are pass-fail. They are like a binary thing. Whereas a Mythic Plus, if you don't meet the timer, you still get loot. Whereas in a raid, if you don't kill a boss, you don't get shit. So that's another big difference. Also, like, again, whenever I talk about, like, raiding in WoW, if you make a pie graph of the time spent inside of the raid in World of Warcraft, I would assume that many pugs spend less than half of their time actually killing the bosses, which is, let's be honest, the reason why they're all there. So you have getting to the raid, summoning people into the raid, buffing the raid, clearing the trash, waiting to do the boss, everything like this. You spend so much time in a WoW raid not even doing the content. You're not even doing the content. You're not even doing the raid. You're just doing you're prepping to do the raid. You're running back from the wipe. You're, planning something out, right? This is what the problem is with raiding. And every other MMO that's on the market right now has solved this problem. Like, Final Fantasy solved this problem completely. Lost Ark solved this problem completely. World of Warcraft needs to solve this problem, at least mostly. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any trash. I'm saying it should be reduced by at least 80%. Runbacks, there should be summoning stones at the boss. Runbacks should not occur. You should just spawn right in front of the boss that you just were attempting. And that's all there is to it. Stop wasting people's time, and then maybe more people will raid. That's just all it is. That's the problem. People are getting their time wasted in the game, and so then they do Mythic Plus, because any reasonable person, we can go back to the min-maxing thing. Any person who's trying to min-max their time to any degree, and this is also like, this is the min-maxing that the dad with 3 wives, 9 kids, and 4 jobs does. He asks himself, I've got 40 minutes to play. I can either kill one boss that I have like a fucking 3% chance of getting the item that I want, or I can do a Mythic Plus that I get a guaranteed currency reward with Valor, and also I have a high chance of receiving an item from, because if I time it, 2 out of the 5 people in the group are going to receive an item. That's the kind of min-maxing the craft beer 45-year-old dads do. And that's why they don't raid. It's because raiding is designed in a way that wastes your time. That's what it is. It's designed in a way that wastes your time. With a plus, you pay for a boost at this point? Sometimes, yeah. So, that's why raiding is dying. It's not just because Mythic Plus drops more consistent loot. It's also because raiding has all kinds of other hurdles in it that are not fun to overcome. They are organizational and structural challenges that provide no reward structure upon overcoming. It does not feel good to overcome those challenges. I think that Mythic Plus gear should be bumped up. I think maybe plus 20s, maybe a month after the season comes out, a couple weeks after the season comes out, should be the new capstone for gear, and you should be able to get gear, I don't know, that's like somewhere around Mythic level. I think that's what would make sense. But I agree with that. 1.5 hours to Lost Ark, you get the feeling of raiding only while attacking the boss and nothing else kills the immersion a tiny bit. So, like, after raiding in World of Warcraft for 30,000 hours, I can tell you that having to clear the trash on the way up to the boss also kills the immersion a little bit, because I tab out and I say that my cat's on fire and I have to go put him back in the microwave to cool him off. So, both of these kill the immersion, okay? Like, I don't want to hear about this, like, oh, this kills the immersion. Have you ever thought that the reason why the immersion is being killed for you is because you played it for 1.7k hours? Have you ever thought about that? Maybe that's why, maybe the reason why you're not immersed is because you've done it 30 times? I mean, come on. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. In your opinion, I don't want raids to be a boss rush mode. They don't have to be a boss rush mode, but they have to be something closer to that, because, oh wow, Torghast is better whenever it's the boss rush. That's crazy. How is it that people say they don't want something, and then every time they get it, they like it? Imagine that. Like, the thing is, to me, I'm not a person who is about talking about ideals and things like this. You can look at the data. This is what the data shows. Data doesn't lie. Data doesn't have a bias. Presenting it does. But data does not fundamentally have a bias. Look at what the data shows, and this is why I think it's showing it. That's what it comes down to. Can't wait till why Trial of the Crusader was so hated then? Trial of the Crusader was hated because you had to do it 4 times a week, number one. Trial of the Crusader was also hated because you had to kill the bosses in the literal exact same arena that you killed the previous boss in. There was, like, you're going, it's like 0 to 60, right? Whenever I'm saying, let's go 45. Also, Trial of the Crusader completely invalidated all Old War progression, period, because even the 10-man normal mode dropped to 232 gear, and the heroic mode, it was like 245, 232, 258, and then the cloaks that you could get from the 25-man hard mode was 272. Like, 272, that's the same fucking item level. It's above Heroic Lich King, or not Heroic Lich King. Well, actually, Heroic Lich King on 10-man was 271, so it was actually 1 item level higher than that. But that's what I'm saying, and it's so there's a lot of reasons why Trial of the Crusader was bad, but one of the biggest reasons, as I said before, is the fact that you had to do it 4 times. So, like, if you wanted to raid and you wanted to be efficient doing the game, you were only doing this exact same raid in the exact same room 3 times a week, and then that was it. It was like you took something, and also Old War was a very good raid, and a lot of people had not completed Old War at the time that Trial of the Crusader had been released. Even in my guild, we didn't see the Realm First for Yogg 0 until after TOC was out. So yeah, I think that's what it is. Zach, sounds like you loved Hyjal. I actually did love Hyjal because I was a big Warcraft 3 fan. So I was really happy to be able to go and do it myself, but there's a reason why I skipped on tier 6 this time around on Classic, okay? That's it. And let's see here. TOC was only good for GDKP. Yeah, for the trinkets on the 4th and last boss, yeah, definitely. Going for Tribute and Sandy was lots of fun, though, in my opinion. I fucking hated it, because there was always somebody who was dumb. Yeah, I hated that shit. Let's see here. Genshin has better boss fights than WoW. That's how WoW raiding sucks. I think the other reason why people don't want to raid is because the raids are the raids are punishing. They're too punishing. Like on heroic or normal mode, you have like too many mechanics that are, oh, if one person does this wrong, it basically kills the raid, or it almost kills the raid. Like, that's too punishing and too extreme. I think it's just too punishing, too extreme. It's like the same reason why I find it, I don't mind doing Vaulton, but doing Vicus is annoying. Because it's like you're constantly just fucking, it's like you're holding your breath, waiting for something to go wrong. They already said they won't do that anymore? Yeah, because they learned. I think that's a good idea. I'm very glad about that. And from the nude Frostbopper, you aren't wrong. A lot of people are messing up whenever they stand up. Yeah, and they're like, just go stand on the ice. Oh. Oh, so do I stand on the ice? Oh, I got bopped. Well, I guess I should stand on the ice right now at the beginning of my bop. Bro. Oh my god, it was so bad. It was so bad. There are so many people that would, what's ice? Yeah, exactly. I don't have projected textures on. I can't see it. And so anyway, last thing I want to talk about is dragon riding versus flying. Obviously, this is what Blizzard should do, is they should just make it to where you can use dragon riding everywhere in the world. Nobody is going to stop using regular flying mounts. The reason why they're not going to do that is because regular flying mounts provide you complete control in the game. Here, let me ask you a question. Why do we have flight paths anymore? Well, you can just fly over there. Well, why do we have a flight path? Sometimes the flight path takes longer. Well, I'll tell you why. It's because you go on the flight path, you can go jerk off, make yourself some food, go AFK, watch a YouTube video, and come back and be exactly where you want to be. A lot of people don't want to have to be sitting there moving their dragon. They don't want to do this. They just want to go up, and then over there, and then land. That's it. Just, done. You're never gonna have that get old. And also, why is it that this is such a big problem? Why do you make ground mounts then, if they can all fly? It's because there are some cases where ground mounts, people like using them. They might like the look of them, they might like the fantasy of them, etc. Why do you keep making underwater mounts? Because people think they're cool. It's common sense. I don't know what to say. Do they have to say anything about keeping the current ability of the craft here, like Zereth Mortis and new expansion? I don't know. I haven't kept up with everything. I don't think so. It takes me too long to jerk off nowadays to do that. Sure. What I'm really trying to say here is that, you know, it'll take you a lot less time if you're doing dragon riding, because you won't have any. You're gonna be doing that the whole time. And so, yeah, AFK flying in BC, come back and being totally off the map. Yeah, you're like off on the corner and like your character's dead and you have to like go and, you know, you have to like go to the very edge of like a fucking random island in Netherstorm because your body respawned at the very corner of it, and then you have to resurrect there, and then a mob kills you and you have to do it again. Yeah, I had that happen many times. And so, yeah, I watched an interview, and those are my thoughts on the interview. I think that they should homogenize many of the class utilities and class buffs quite a lot more in the same way that they did during Wrath, Cataclysm, and Mists of Pandaria, 3 relatively good expansions in my opinion. I don't know, I think that would be really cool if they did that. I think that's the smarter thing for them to do. Was it rating always like that? Remember my guild kept wiping on Sindragosa because every pull 2 or 3 people were too stupid to do mechanics right? Yeah, Sindragosa was a bad time, but like that's, the thing is people are just bad at WoW. Like I don't understand it. They are. Basically, Ian still doesn't get it. I think Ian gets it. Like, it's just like, I just hope he'll listen to like what I'm saying, what we're saying, what everybody's saying, right? Just people that disagree with me, you should listen to them too, right? It's just make the best decision for the game. And I think that the idea that every class should have every buff is ridiculous, but I think that at least, you know, I think that it's always going to be a bad, it will create points of friction, and it will be more bad than it's good whenever you have a boss that one class makes the boss 20% easier or 10% easier because of some unique advantage that they only bring. I think that's just not a good thing. And also, you know, like heroism and gateway, like throughput things being unique is not as big of a deal, but having utilities like Death Grip and Gateway being unique, that is a much bigger deal because it can just completely change the mechanics. So also again about the dragon riding, just make sure you can use dragon riding everywhere. I mean, like just do that, problem solved. Nobody ever has to think about it. And so what do you think about red BOEs being drops from trash, which means a lot of WoW tokens for Blizzard? I don't really give a fuck about that. I don't care about BOEs. It doesn't matter to me. You can always have BOEs drop off of the bosses. Like, bosses used to drop BOEs. I think in Trial of the Crusader you had BOE items that would drop that you could sell. And I think other expansions have had the same thing. It's like maybe 1 or 2 items. So, like, it's not impossible for that to happen. What's a BOE? An item that drops that can be sold. Yeah, it can be sold. That's it. BOE of trash is awful reason for trash. Yeah, it's yeah, like, oh, we need BOEs. No, why? Why do you need this? It's just crazy. Like, add in some other type of, like, system that people can work towards. TPC made World Boss BOEs later on. Yes, you're right. Yeah, I've actually forgot all about that. You're totally right. The thing about WoW rating is that it's fun. It's a big adventure and not a room simulator. But like, so if it's so fun,
Šta
then why
kažeš?
are people quitting?
Dobro, dođemo odmah. Za slučaj. Otišao sam na rođendan ljudi, pozdrav.
Good job.
Radio Bolo. What's up, man? Tried so hard and got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter.
Ko je došao još?
Beda mraz.
Snake, Josh.
O, Ilija.
Daj meni za 500 evra. Hoćeš kurac. Hoćeš kurac za... Zdravo. Ako čovjek tako kaže.
Da to nije povređeni čovjek, nije?
Puši kurac, jebem ti mater.
Da, dobro.
Ošte psovke ovdje na karalu.
Si spavao malo Snake, jesi?
Ma bio do kuma. Pokušao da gledam Sherlocka Holmesa, zaspao. Otišao kući, ne mogu.
Koliko?
A ovaj peder Smith. Samo zato što smo se ubiđivali da li je Colt ili Remington.
Ako misliš da je zbog toga, onda u redu. Colt, Behemoth ili Remington?
Nije.
Ja tvrdim da je Colt.
Pa ja, ti si tvrdio da je Remington, ja Colt. Da lažeš. Neću da igram
Neću da teram mak na konac, u pravu si.
Alonji70 BG said, "Hello, Snake Hunter. Where is our good and old injured man?"
Svakog boli kurac ovdje. Ako nekom kažeš Mauser C96 broom handle, oni će kaže, Dolč. Imaginarno oružje.
Ne volim ja da ih zovem kad zovem to.
Ako kažem Winfield, oni kažu šta? Ne, Winchester, ne. Čap. Crytek nije mogao da plati licencu, zato pola oružje nosi imaginarno naziv. Ti znaš, ali...
Ali me nisi izbrstao iz prijatelja na... To je dobro. Pop, čekaj. Nisi me na Steam izbrstao.
Ma što bi? Nisam ja džukela. Anyway.
Gdje je Milan Sabljar, Brit?
Sabljar. Milan Sabljar.
Milan ima brazdu na leđima, otvorio je leđa i sad je bolan.
He killed Rahta Z manu times.
Kad se setim kad smo igrali.
Manu.
Ista igra, retardirana, ne boj se.
sablju, koncentrina.
Ne, ništa se nije promenilo.
Ti mu kažeš ti kurac, si polud.
I dalje nije normalno.
Jučer smo imali baš raspravu. Ne sviđa mu se moj stajl igre što igram polako i to.
I što postavljaš zamke po kompaundima.
Ja obožavam. Jebi ga, nadomeštam svoje pokidane nerve zamke. Nema Snake, kako idu godine. Nervi sve sam mislim.
Moja duševna hrana je kad ubijem ljude, ne ekstrakt. Kad su maksimalno opušteni, znaš.
Ima ovdje kod mene u ulici jedan jako dobar lek za te nerve.
A evo imam jedan sviđić ovdje tega.
A ne bre, ima ovdje 4 sestrici drže salon za masažu, da leči sve vrste nervi.
Dosadno.
Nerviju.
To mi treba.
A edi bre, izlaziš bre ko sajla posle toga, kakvi nervi bre, nervi ko novorođenče. Leče sve oblike stresova i nervnih nervoza.
Ljudi. Istovremeno.
Ja Milana uporno pokušavam da dovedem na lečenje, ali on je izgleda neizlečiv.
Kako beše njegov nik na Rem?
Ne.
Nije.
Mu je srpski kratkodlaki ptičar.
Niko neće da premoli glavu. Jedan. Drugi prelazi kroz polje. Čekaj.
Set up in the window so that they can use the natural lighting to take
Još jedan ne znam gdje.
A ispod mu vjerojatno prošao.
Dude, she's so tall, it's so awesome.
Lena, can you
This
press the
is
button
so
for me?
cool. I'm so happy right now. Now what?
Can you press the button for me?
I can't. How? I'll put it on timer.
Oh, there's timers on phones?
Tell us how to pose. What is like a good anime pose? Good? Well, Nick should do like this.
Bro, I literally need a shot.
Ist er wieder unten? Oder? Ja. Ist tot.
The guy wasn't even standing still. I lead a shot.
Znači, otišli su kod Milana u opštinu. Hvala im što su pobili sve zombije za mene.
Pravo sam sad. Tamo si.
Može nije se ekipa.
To je druga ekipa, nevjerojatno.
Digli su rane, tu sam vidio. Moguće li tamo boss ovaj. Nije svinja, ovo je ovaj.
Mongolski pjevač.
Mongolski pjevač, da.
3 bumbarke.
Riješi ovo.
Ovo je boss. Tu su dva tima.
U neko sa strane gdje su tamo.
Odakle bre, ne kuli, niti ekspres.
Ljudi! Nemoj kad gledaš od njih stvari. Gledaj sam. Nego zbora u stropu. Eno ga. Desno.
Idi.
Neće on još mogu metrika nekako. Spavao jedan mene, jedan na ovoga i nova na tebi.
Ima stavljamo box.
Ovo je kao zemlja. Yeah, what? Još je metra. Ja, ima negdje neko. Imaš neko, može biti
Tu je jedan praš.
Kurac da vidim da vadi. Beđinja još. Najkom što ti vidi.
Oj. Shotgun party. Aj, puti jebem. No. Nemam pojma, vjerojatno njegovi. Sad ćemo vidjeti, neko mora biti njegov.
Neki je jedini način da ne digneš. Sad jedino da se nabiješ uz plot, kad rekao neko. Ali onda je tekno se. Znači da ovog nema ni mora. Kako se mogu, nisam nabigao.
Vidu, ja? Samo nađem mrtve, a ne više mrtve.
Ma daj! 93 metra lore,
Sparks.
Sa optikom, a?
Ali evo ti tiš onaj bomba. Levo ti.
Bounty team. Čekaj, ima bounty na bondoktu, nema?
Ima.
Kesiću ima serpent, uzmi serpentom bounty.
Bit će me da ga budem uzimao, da? Hoće 100%. Hoće, evo.
Digo noga.
Aha. Ne vidim ko daske, mamu mu jebe, još im sled u stranu. Ovaj bi me dobio svaka. Sled ima. A ovo je drugi tim, brate. Onaj Smitron je bio od onog što smo ubili na dvorište, što si ga ti htjedao, Nenade, još jedan njegov je falio, a vjerojatno su ga oni završili. A ovo bounty ekipa cijela. Jebe.
Jebe ga, ja sam ponad glupo mjesto.
Posle Nenade kod stvari doći.
Više molim ga sa randomima da povedem pamet.
Češ da kažeš da moraš da igraš s randovima pre nego što igraš s Milanom?
Milo, neće mi se. Ne sviđa mu se moj stil igre. Ja igram isto ko ti, idem po busija, probam da nađem glavu, ovo, ono i uspješniš. Se vratimo mi da uparam samo s ovim. Sad ću ga da se pogledamo. Nisu me jebom. Znaš što mi se desilo danas? Ovo su bili Kinezi. I pišu mu da je čit. Danas mi ubio čovjek, 96 metre daljina se veterali. Sa mnom se pomagli.
Čekaj, čim je tu bio? Sveterli?
Da, Silencer.
Pomagli.
Ono kad smo gledali ja, Kesić i Mato.
Dobro.
A svaka mu čas ako je vidio na 96 metra u magli. Bez optike.
A možda ti je glava odudarala do poline, ko zna. To su neke skrivene stvari koje ti ne znaš. A ja seram. Mislim da je moguće.
Evo majko moja. Ajde da na ovim trojkama rešim ceo sebe.
Koliko si napravio satnicu Snake?
5000.
I ja ću ga stignem bez... Ako budem nastavio da igram ovoliko...
Ćuš sigurno. Ja ne igram samo... Igram 2 meča i izađem, ti igraš čitav dan.
Da, moram.
Ne, šta ne bude radim u životu.
Si probao da odeš u šumu i cepaš drvo?
Bio sam danas.
I nešto produktivno si uradio.
6 metra smo nasekli danas. I imamo još 70. U omešu se ječe sa nama, to jest pomaže nam. Neko u ovih dana ukreli mu 20 sali čovječe, mu sekli.
Mislim da će uskoro neka glava.
Bože moj, pa pokrali oni Boga oci. Men pokrali dva bagema mi sekli. Mi odamo da ih pitamo što su ih sekli. I oni prijavi policiji da im prećenu. Ne su imali utoke sa nama.
A čuti, policija to radi, pa evo ti ovaj pored mene, snega jedan. Ne radi s njim. Čega mi radi?
Mislim, ja sam htio da pokupim radovce i da im malo ispomenemo bubege, ali moj djade kaže pusti.
Je li kod mene kući ovdje ražni bili stanovali s kragom, oni su sekli drva i zakupili neku sekciju tu u šumu. Kad tu jedan dođe sa autom, malo pa im seče, malo pa im seče. I ovaj ga navata tu, kod prodavnice. Kad ovaj će se mači za nož, ovaj dečko iz Kragovca ga ubio kao piču. I odmah ti se dobro.
Welcome back to the Charismatic Voice. I have been looking forward to today for a long time. And that's because I get to have a conversation with Simona Simons about singing and motherhood. Now, before the interview premieres, we're going to take a look at a song that both patrons and Simone love. This is a ballad by Epica, which really features the voice of Simone, called Tides of Time. Let's get to it.
Smo na divljem zapadu.
Nismo da smo na divljem zapadu manje.
Kako to da sjebeni kauboj nose oružje iz ere Prvog svjetskog rata?
Kod nas je samo Boga samo.
Ne, to je to. Reci malo, neću da idem kod vas.
Da ima onaj zakon. Legnio, gine, nisi kriv. Ako ga ubije. I krv na osnovu. I tobi. I to treba. To su moju familiju krv na osnovu. Da i dalje.
Si skino? Jesi skino?
Ne, ja sam rekao te ne budi. Ja sam rekao te ne budi. Ti se meni izvinjaš što se ja došao kad ti spavaš. Ne bi mi došao da sad znam spavati.
Sad nam je rekao, majka i čale bili. Kaže, majka što nije Iđa rekao došao. Tek Mihajlović je, a znaš Mihajlović ti ko ti naravno. Kopija. Mihajlović, pa bio je, kaže Iđo kad ste ispala. Rekao, što me nisi probudio? Šta sam ja kriv, onda on mene napadeš. Što je rekao, 100% ti Iđa rekao da me ne budiš.
Pa.
Dobro, rekao da...
Evo, Simo ti sigurno ne.
Šta kaže?
Kada Simo ti sigurno neće. Viš kako ovo plače.
Pa prepolovi, brate, na pola jaka.
Ne moraš slobodno, neće on šeći.
Što neće?
Ma Simo, kalorije, dijeta, zdrava ishrana. Simo je bubica.
Dobro, Ičiću moj. Baš.
To je ukusno, hvala.
Jel ti dobra torta?
A.
Ništa, onda te čekam na sok i na kafu, brate.
Doći za vikend, vidjet ću. Dođe moj. Kad se ne spavam.
Sutra ujutro radi.
Onda u nedelju, tako nešto.
Ajde, u nedelju.
Ajde.
Može li tako?
Može.
Baš. Ajde,
mama.
biti.
Važi.
Ajde,
Ćao.
Ćao.
Dobar kolač, jebote. Odličan.
Volim jednog pauka sa sticky bombom i lik je skine. Zavuče se na neku rupu mešta i
Ako mu
skine.
baciš na nogu, a dosta puta se zalepi za nogu zato što ima onu odvratnu
Na
lešinu.
glavu sam ubacio.
Zato što se zavlači među daske i gluposti. To je jedini boss. Aj, Assassin. Ima forat za Assassina, to nisam znao da radi. Sa stikijem, a može i sa fragom ako si dovoljno brz.
Meni jedno.
Ali koja ti treba brzina, da mu skuvaš bombu, baciš ispred njega i pukneš u nju. Ali da se ne ubiješ. Mislim da nešto nije u redu sa zvukom, da su sjebali sad i to nešto.
Dešava se neki put da nekako se prelubi zvuk kao.
Sad ću ti reći, čuje se dupli odjek. Znaš kako ono ima i oni teoriju kao da kao zvuk se drugačije čuje unutra i spolja.
Da.
Nekad čujemo jednog pucnja dva odjeka, dva zvuka čujem. Ja čujem jedan zvuk kao, razumeš, normalan, kao spolja i čujem drugi zvuk kao da opaljen unutra. Od jednog jedinog meta. Mogu čak da ti pustim klip od prošlog meča. Ja se parapirao. Nešto.
Ja nema dan da sam
parapirao. Ima onaj bug sa Chaos bombom. Kad sam bacio Chaos bombu na zombija i ubio sam ga prema što se zalepilo na njega. Pala je na zemlju. I ja uzmem luk i strelu i pogodim strelom ispod Chaos bombe. Chaos bomba krene da kliza po podlozima. Ono, freestyle. Krene da kliza po zemlji, do vode i puce. Isuse, da nie mogę serce natryży. No ništa.
Igraš malo solo.
Uvijek. Mogu samo sebe da mrzim. Ako ne odigne kako treba.
Gardinački neč, čovjek. Kupio grafički i sad prodaje odmah.
Zato što možda zaradi.
Ma.
Da ima mozga, Milan ne mogu da radi isto. Mogu.
Chris.
Imitiamo questo prima.
Idu kao ka tebi.
Ne idu kao, nego idu ka meni.
Što ne vičete za te, ja zbemo dete. A?
Ne vičem ništa, hvala.
Staviš da ideš na njih.
Sad oni možda tripuju da sam ja došao da zbountijem. Da sam ja možda oživao tamo nek put. Bilo je 4 leša, nijedan nije bio spaljen. 4 sam našao.
Aj ti viš.
Dobro je to kad se ljudi oslanju na ovaj dark side. Šta bi ovo krtije?
Samo mi je sumnjivo zašto su odmah krenuli ka tebi, otkud su znali da si tu.
Bio sam možda u range. Znaš. Bio sam možda tu negdje. Znaš, to ti je otprilike u range. Znaš, ono kao, ajde, neću da budem, ono, znaš, kaže Milan, paranoičan. Postoji neki određeni domet. Jer takva je mapa, znaš, loša da moraš biti u dometu dark side-a da bi vidio više. U većini slučaja moraš vidjeti, evo gledaj sad oni ne mrdaju iz... Možda su tražili baterijske... Možda su tražili baterijske lampe i ona govna. Jel neko naletio na zamku? Nemam hit markera, nemam pojma. Jedno bure je bilo minirano crveno, pa sad, bože moj, vidjet ćemo na kraj meča.
Jako se neko upeći.
Vidio. Idu kroz vodu. Otići na Fort Bolden. Ako ide na Fort Bolden, znam s koje strane mogu da dođem.
Samo im dođeš iz pravca shipyarda.
Da. Iz pravca shipyarda pored forta, ako bude mogu. Zašao on je po prizora.
Ko je onaj tip što bio na Discordu? Ko je taj?
A ima ga na listi prijatelja, igrao sam s njim par puta, s njim i Boris. Ne igra loše. Jedan smo se prepucavali, razume se malo u vatreno oružje. Možda i malo više. Prepucavali smo se bili oko oko toga koja oružje kraj tek uzeo od nas za ono osnovu.
Aha.
Brat, znači ovo nešto nije u redu.
A?
Nešto nije u redu. Znam da imaju dark side i da moguće da ga nisu koristili. Ali opet...
A kao vidite, šta?
Opet nešto nije u redu, opet idu pra meni.
Kako jebate, nisi ništa...
I to ništa ja nisam vidio.
Nešto mi tu smrdi, brat.
Pogledaj ću ja njihove profile kasnije. Možda neko ima onaj ESP.
Ili wallhack.
Znaš gdje se sad? Ona kućica na Derin Shipyard gdje ima generator i gdje skačeš kroz prozor i vas da imaju jebene rane.
Gdje stiš?
Dobro, aj, uskočili su unutra da ubiju Meatheada možda i pokupe malo zmija.
Najgore je ono kad ti igra malte ne da nikakvu rezervnu opciju osim da digneš nešto jebate.
Dobro. Winchesterka. Mislim da je Slate, onaj shotgun. Kad su na južnoj strani na ulazu. Toliko po zombijima. Ovo već nije u redu. Nemoguće. Karli. Su neki debili. Ovo su neki debili kunici. Ne garant misle da su pametni, da ja kao ću ići za njima do ekstrakta, će meni kao sačekat, ne izlazi, znaš, kao da su me blokirali. Pretpostavljam da to misli u svoj glavi. I sad su krenuli kao fall dole. Kad sam ja krenuo gore. Brate, ovo je super sumnjivo. Sad kad sam dao gas i trčim gore ka izlazu, a mogu da stigne gore, sad su kao definitivno odlučili da izađu. Daj bro.
Da ste napisali na grupu da se ne radi sutra.
Da se sutra?
Ne radi.
Pa nisu ni morali da pišu, ja ne bi ni pročitao. Kako da ti objasnim?
U prevodu da se radilo, ti ne bi ni znao da se radi.
Ne bi ni pročitao. Možda bi pročitao ujutro u 8-9.
Ali bi bilo kasno već.
I onda bi rekao jebi ga, ja ono... Ja sam otišao sa predubeđenjem da se neće raditi. Sad ako budu tebi da radi, to je nikako. Pogledaj ti majke, ti on još neće izaći. Možda jednostavno su neki, ne znam, lupi. Nema ni jedan zombi, znači nevjerovatno. Nema ništa na mapi. Na koji kurac čekaju limonadu. Ovo sam ti rekao bio prošli put. A ne vidi se baš dobro, ali... Znaš da ima mafije, na primjer kao što je Milan, koji se zabije tu iza, ili znam ljude koji skoče na brod, kao, znaš, kao rpaju. Ima minut i 50. Ima li naznaka da će bi izaći? Au. Ljudi su tu. Bilo i boljih dana. Nije, to je Boris nešto...
Boris, jeste, sad sam da kažem...
A dobro, to je sad znak jednakosti, obojica nisu normalni, imaju sličan broj godina. 15, mislim. Ovo je neka crna magija. Možda oni ne znaju da treba da izađu.
Pozdrav.
Dobar dan.
Opa, desi ti nešto što radi svoj prijatelj.
Stari prijatelji.
Taki.
Jer ima neko jatelo, jetelo.
Ma još.
Misliš bivši Telonor? Jel to?
Neka, ne volim to.
Ja sam ti rekao da ću bom, da ti mi nisi...
Ja znam samo da mi je stigla poruka na mobilni telefon, ne znam, Jetel operater, je rekao šta bre? I onda sam skontar su prekrstili Telonor i taj Jetel.
A ja sam uzeo to zato što imam godinu dana ću da plaćam internet i ovo u pola cene.
Ja ne plaćam ništa.
Pa dobro, to nije loše.
Ko plaća ko neće?
Ne, jebat ubio sam čovjeka.
Ladno si ubio.
Na bure ili šta? Na bure, trčali su, trčali su za mnom. Trčali su za mnom, znaš, sa Dark Sightom. Ja sam znao da će proći pored crvenog bureta. Ja ga zaminirao i nastavio da trčim. I oni kako su išli kroz compound da me love, zategli bure. A, sunce ti je, nema, moguće. Znači, fora, oni nemaju pojma gde sam ja, uopšte.
Juče sam Nina gledao, igrao je solo hunt. Nosio je 2 bova, brate.
Da? Kako mi išlo?
Pa na oba slota bov.
Pa dobro, kažem, kako se napravio koji kill? A, on jes, on će ući...
A gdje, pa on ti je doktor, brate, on je tihi ubica, jebote. Što si rekao, on je jedini čovjek koji se svakim oružjem može
čovjek... Može kill da napravi, može, nebitno. Jesi gleda kad je kundakom čovjek ubio? Drvenim kundakom. Promaši metak iz Sparksa i nastavi da bije čovjeka kundakom dok ga nije nulira.
To je debil.
A vidio je da ovaj nema pojma, da ne može vola da ubode s pištoljem i nastavi da ga bije kundakom. Ovaj pokušava da ga pogodi, ovaj samo kako ide u njega, tako ga udara kundakom u glavu. Dati 2 heavy melija, čini mi se 1 ili 2 lighta. Teško se ubija s kundakom. Gledao sam Rakta i ovi Recimo, pukneš ga Sparksom iz blizine kao sa šotkom. I brzo radiš light melee, udariš ga cevkom. Popase. No, treba refleks malo, ne?
Kaže, novi grip, Paradise grip. Paradise. U Indiji se pojavio novi izrazi.
Ma daj.
Naziv je dobio pod crvenim mehurićima koji s razvojem počinju da liče na Paradise. Nećete da idete da pucate, eto vam sad. Sad ćete malo da dobijete ove oginje i...
Što se čujemo posle?
Ajde.
Ne idu kao, ne idu kamen.
Što ne vičete za te, ja zbog biti.
No, ajde, neću da... sajta da bi vidjeli što. Baterijske lampe i ona govna.
Kesiću, će ligeš?
Ma kak?
Ima trećeg.
Ko je treći?
Dobro je, jedan iz Holandije.
Gdje će on čovječe, ne mogu se ja s njim sporazumet čovječe.
Nema veze.
To Makedonac? Makedonac? Jedno bure je bilo minirano.
Holandžan.
A sad, bože moj, vidjet ćemo na kraju.
Nema veze, tu sam ja. Ako hoćeš da ti dam invite do sebe, da ga ne dovodimo. Hoćeš, nećeš?
Ma kak, neću sad.
Sve ne bude na to. Ne daj se.
Gdje ću ja igram čovječe s Holandjanima, ja ne znam engleski pričat čovječe.
Jebot, ubio sam čovjek.
Ladno si ubio.
Na bure. Trčali su. Trčali su za mnom. Trčali su za mnom, znaš. Je? Vidio sam novi neki update za Killing Floor 2.
Neku mapu i vikli nešto treba.
Da, neki, isto neko novo staro. Ja mislim G36 onaj je, onu automatsku pušku, mislim da su rekli će to da staviti.
Da, G36C ono.
A.
Jel G63K?
Ne, G36C.
Kako si Ilija,
To je Heckler i...
Ilija, kako se sa običnim smrdljivim Romerom završio ljude, cijel tim imao automat.
Kako čast? Onaj Persijanac kojim sam ja igrao. On je ubio 3 lika. Dvojicu su imali auto 5, jedan imao onaj novi shotgun, onaj Slate. On ih je pobio s utoricu sa samostalom, ja sam bio...
Najviše volim te što su ubeđeni automatom da će da ubiju nekog. Kad krenu tako agresivno,
što idu sa...
a veze nemaju se...
Nejačim i najskupljim oružjem, nemaju pojma.
Ajde.
Kako su krenuli simke...
Tako opušteno igraju da je to pakao.
Da. Ubacit će svo oružje iz ovoga Counter Strike.
옷에 걸치는 거 되게 안 좋아해요. 겨울에 그래서 제가 겨울 되게 싫어하거든요. 깨 벗는 걸 좋아해요.
저도. 나 같아도 깨먹겠어, 저번 내면. 맞아요.
이유요? 너무 답답해요. 뭔가 그 니트나 폴라를 붙이잖아요.
맞아. 정도까지 약간 라인 보이면서. 그거 이런데 그거 약간 망사 스타일. 맞아. 와. 약간 저 타투들도 진짜 약간 그거 같지? 일부러 약간 오늘 옷에 맞춰서 이렇게 붙인 것처럼 패션적 포인트 같아. 너무 예쁘고. 맞아. 그냥 너무 딱.
Svako jutro zaslužuje nežnost. Probaj Milka kakao krem sa lešnikom.
Brzi prenos novca iz inostranstva direktno na Visa karticu. Lako i sigurno. Visa.
S ovim likom, ne znam ko je slao.
Da.
Čekaj, ko je to bio slao sad? Drugo SSD.
Da, to se ja vidim, ko je to vidio?
Nenad, ja mislim.
Ne mogu da
Nenad,
koja je fora, brate, ne razumem.
A toliko su osjetljivi podaci na diskovima, znaš, kad je pitanje kao ako želiš 100% sigurnost podataka i tako te beljezgarije, znaš. Da takve hard diskove, najbolje ti je da ih kao, pre nego što ih vratiš u Samsung, da ih reklamiraš u poslovnicu, da bi kao podaci bili 100% sigurni, uzmeš i izbušiš ili uzmeš cirkularom, isečeš onaj čip, znači to je nemoguće popraviti, ili uzmeš bušicom, napraviš par rupa i to će to. To je garantirano.
Brate, ovo je strugo do ploče, brate, užas.
Ona je Nemec. Serem ti se u spon. 100 metara levo od mene.
Nikakve naznake da će da se desi neka akcija, onda su počeli da se vrati pare i oko 10 neki sati mi želi da mi se žele da je čak iz jednog lokalnog grada sa pakovano oče tip nije uopšte pakovao pare, nego ih je sve nađe u džabi nešto. I ništa, znam ja, pošto iz tog grada svi onako plošali i ono. Ja načelnik ti kažem, znaš šta kažem, ti dovedeš i ja da pišem. Kažem, ja neću da se sa njima čovne, neću da grošim svoje. Pa ti si vada sve na krvi, na nozi i ovo.
Da.
Da pada u neku vatrovu. Iako nije frka nikakva, opet smo mu rekli kao ljudi nekoliko puta padaju novac, tako je napisano stolova, zvana hitna pomoć i ovo ono. Da bi negde oko 11-12 sati krenuo iz opšte bolnice
Svi sveti
u bolnicu Ćuprija, kao tipa ono kao krenuo mu je tromb na mozak i ja sam nema šanse da mu krene na mozak jer on uopšte nema mozak. To je vrlo prosto, razumeš? I jao, pa kako si ti takav, pa ti nisi lepovac ti takav.
Dobro.
Pa ona mečku lista, on je stvarno kao mečka, razumeš? A mnogo velika pička. I tu neko padanje u nesvijest, pa direktora zove na odmoru. Ja kažem, bre ljudi, ja neću da ga zovem zato što ne vidim nigde problem. Kao pa ono tišo nema ko da zatvori blagajnu, pa vodi ovo. I kaže načelnica meni, kaže ajde vado da odeš ti tamo za suradnju da zatvoriš blagajnu, da izdržiš kompletan popis i da onda vidimo šta je bilo. ništa, kažem, ajde dobro. Šta je to je bio, to je realno stanje. I ovi iz Svranice me zovu nekih 5 puta, da se na mene, deru, padu, nesu s mene, boli kurac, brate, neću se javljam na telefon, nema šanse, razumiješ. I ništa, skupimo mi tamo neku ekipu, šofer i koleginica jedna.
Koleginica?
A da, ali nije dobro. Nije, nego je lokalna tamo, pa onda ide ono. I ništa, i mi tamo i ovi pričaju kako počeo baca stole, padao na put. Kako mu krenuo trom na mozak.
Voda na uši.
Ja sam konstatovao opet da ne može da ima trom na mozak, zato što opet nema mozak. Da u tiranku, da odradim sve one, da vidimo kako će da se razvija sve to, a sad se sigurno ima kao ponavljati i sve na tiranku. Sve moram, koji je i kupio novac, jer njega plaćamo kao taksar, ono naše plate imaju 10.000 pre, ima 10.000 preko toga.
I jel umiro?
Nije bre umro čovjek, je vrati vidio i tu prije sve, samo je dobro i ovo.
Znači to je bilo sve samo proizvod njegove imaginacije.
To tako. To je grudno.
Pa drago mi je da je tom čovjeku ipak bolje.
Pa meni nije. Meni nije, zato što mislim da bi bilo bolje da se nadam da
Znaš kako kažu, po drugom jamu kopao.
A, dobro. Jamu nisam, kopao je krati, jamu nisam.
Dobro, ali ne poželi drugom što ne želiš sebi.
To znam, ali ti nešto kažem, koji ti je kreten. Razumeš, kreten, ja ne znam. Niti ga je od nas neko napadao, niti mu je rekao da će mi da skidam nešto. Čovjek je odradio u svojoj glavi neku fikciju, tako i...
Sedam kilova u jednom meču.
Od mogućih 9 ubijenih.
7 različitih ljudi.
Dosta. Tri čovjeka su se automatno ubili.
A jesi ti izašli živi?
Ma kako? Pobio ih sve.
Zar taj band uopšte postoji? Ja sam slušao kao bebe. Kad sam imao 15 godina, tako nešto. Oni nisu stari. Ne, nisu.
A, nek možda imaju oko 50 godina, a?
To je prilike tako.
Da.
Znam da Đule i Sandoga se mnogo ložina nisi zatinjene kao njihovi medini u tom pravcu. Iz meni nepoznati razloga, ja ću da bi se dok nije bio tako.
Dakle se vadi, je to negdje iz podlaktice, gdje je ta koštara?
To si pitao i pre izvjesnog vremena, ja ste rekao da sam gledao. Pa nije loše. Mislim, ako voliš science fiction, pomešan s malo westerna, nije loše.
Ima Matrix,
Matrix. Ako ćeš iskreno, Vlado, ćeš iskreno, originalni film Zapadni svet ili ti Westworld, po kojoj je ovaj rađena serija, nije rađena 1:1 kopija, ali rađena je kao bazirano na tome. Po uzoru na Zapadni svet ti je urađen ovaj Terminator 1. To je tako, tim radoslodom išao. Oni ljudi, mašine koji su u suštini programirani kao da ispunjavaju zadatke, da slušaju ljude ili
ko je ovo stiglo? Beka je ovo. Gdje si je ovo? Sad je ovo što je živo.
Pare, puste pare, još rade pare. Sjekaj si.
Hoće li se tući, Beka? Beka. Sutra se ne vratam, jeli? Pa Ne. Odmah se tebe pita, radiš.
Mene? Ne, po tebe da brine za mene. Cijenim njegovu pažnju, ali i da se radi, rekao sam ti Kesiću, ja to ne bi ni vidio. Možda bi mi ti rekao, jebote radiš sutra, ja bi rekao, a ništa ja teći. Sljedeći put kad vidiš na Viberu, da piše da radimo za vikend, znači to nemoj da mi prenosiš. Nemoj molim. Ako nisam vidio, nisam vidio. Vrlo jednostavno.
Da on prevode, jel?
Ne radi dan, što ćeš?
Ima li neki povređeni čovjek tu?
Ima, brate.
Čovjek bez...
Dobio si kitu pa si se nahilovao, ili šta?
Nikita...
Ko te jebo?
Mihalko.
Ko te jebo, govori? Beton te jebo.
Ko?
Milane. Govori.
Gardinočki, idi radi jebot.
Ne mogu.
I šta kažeš, Borise, dogovorili smo se za onu grafičku, koliko? 550 evra, ono, čisto da ne budeš u minusu, tako? Prijateljska cena, neko Milan.
Prijateljska.
Mislim, pošto ću rekao da tebi ne treba, ono, da se ne baci.
Stari kupio grafičko, neće demontira.
A koji ćemo? Kontaž.
Kako misliš? A ne vjerujem da je njemu zbog potrošnje, nije njemu zbog potrošnje. Pa nego on tvrdi da i ova njegova dobro radi i dalje. Pa zbog toga.
Radi odlično, koji ćemo djel, šta da ima 500 frame-a.
Stari.
Boris je skroman, bitno je da radi i da ne zapinje. To je to.
Zove Makića, beka.
Naravno da mi ništa ne zapinje, odakle je vam ideja da mi zapinje bilo šta.
Šta ti zapinje?
Šta bi zapinjalo?
Zapinje ništa, to vi govorim.
Pa dobro, ko je rekao ti zapinje?
Znaš šta mu zapinje? Zapinje mu u podijel, tako. Na rabot. Dobro, izvini Boris, ti si star čovjek, ne bi smio da imam takve šale, može.
Matere.
Nisam rekao mater, rekao sam on je čovjek u najboljim godinama.
Ipak i dalje Beka ima najveću rabotu, kaže.
Ne znam, nisam žena, ne bi da probavam ništa, verujem na reč.
Beka ujutru neka dolčeza, nešto. Pa da. Da, počinjem u ponedjeljak.
Da li će da plaća burek?
Što da plaća burek Vorbas? Da ga pita hoće li plaća burek Vorbas? Čujete on, brate.
Evo, brate. Au.
Ilija ide se ujutru u Dolčezo, ali s nama. Kao da me nije čuo. Nije na stolicu, neđe otišao. Mora da ga je sračka uvatila, pa otišao da se isere. Ti si sad došao skoro, Ivan.
Ovdje ja da gledam neku seriju pa se...
Radi.
Kako ja da znam gdje ti je item ID, što ste bre toliki debili?
Evo čujem,
Ste vi bre
opet
pali
ili.
iz kruške bre, majku vam jebem, u pičku da vam jebem milu majku.
Opet isto.
Kako ste bre tako nenormalni bre, jebem li vam mater poremećenu? Da vam jebem mater poremećenu, pičku materinu. Da vam jebem mater poremećenu. Vi stvarno bre, toliko debili, retardi, šta je s vama više u pičku materinu? Evo te, znači ne verujem.
Ajde, tu su.
Hickory said. Lurking bro and hosted.
Bilo je dosta interesantno. Oni nisu smjeli da izađu s mapa jer su mislili da ih ja vrebam negdje s kilometra. Nevjerojatni ljudi.
Da.
Ne zebavam se. Oni su mene vidjeli jednom na skenu, skontali su da idem prema onome mlinu. Tamo sam im nestao. Malo su bovljali okolo, nalećeli na bure i onda su tripali čita metita sam pored njih. Nisu izašli do zadnje sekunde. Jebate Bog, bio sam daleko od njih kilometar. Nisam ništa smešnije vidio u životu. Strahu su veliki oči.
Hey Hunters, we wanted to answer some of your most asked questions regarding the ongoing Hunt Showdown video boards. Yes, if you want to create a live action piece, like acting out Hunt in real life, then you are free to do so. And the same goes for creating animated content. You're allowed to use Blender or any other 3D animation programs and submit your entry into the action category. There are no limitations for this. You can submit videos created in the past or enter with brand new videos created specifically for this contest. But please keep in mind, any video that won a prize in our previous contest won't be considered. But your content must be original. If you're trying to reuse someone else's content and enter into this contest with that, you will automatically be disqualified from this contest as well as from any future contests. The entries must be no longer than 4 minutes long.
Why is the raid participation going down every single time? Well, maybe because it's not as fun as you think it is. It's dying out. And also, like, there are a lot of things that were a big adventure. Like, for example, leveling was a big adventure in Classic WoW, and people's tastes have changed because gaming has changed. Like, it's not a grand adventure anymore because the entire foundation of what an adventure is has changed. Yeah, so, Castle Nathra was higher than Old Deer. Yeah, because it was a cool-looking raid with Dracula. What do you mean? What the fuck did Old Deer have? Walmart version of Gahoon? A knockoff version of an old god? Who cares? The boss sucked. 3 hours in WoW, of course Classic would feel stale for you. Well, I mean, I think it felt stale for a lot of people. That's why they speed ran through it. That's just what people do, man. Old Deer was best raid ever. Well, Old Deer had problems, but anyway, all I'm really trying to get at here is that I want World of Warcraft to move forward. I feel like so much WoW does not move forward. It's just languishing around, floundering, flopping around. There's like nothing happening. It's not being innovated. The last time World of Warcraft was innovated was in Legion. And the last time before then was maybe Mists of Pandaria, but I think we can all agree it was Cataclysm. Like, we've effectively gone through, we're on WoW 3 right now, if you guys understand that. Like, I would say WoW 1 was like Classic, BC, and Wrath. WoW 2 was TBC, or sorry, not TBC, fucking Cataclysm, Mists of Pandaria, and WoD. And WoW 3 is Legion onward. I feel like each of those were like a tremendous step. The game needs to be innovated again. It's just, it's stale. Some of the ideals in the game are outdated, and it just shows more and more every day. This is why WoW Classic was popping on, even Season of Mastery, because you were forced to find guilds. Season of Mastery is completely fucking dead. The reason why WoW Classic is popping off is because all of the content is a joke. It's a joke. If you compare how easy it is to do Sunwell versus how easy it is to do Mythic Sepulchre, these two things are not even remotely close. It's because a lot of people don't want to go through and do this super hard raid that requires...
Aha.
Kjer mi uginuo je I tako.
Nemoj zjebati.
Sam nekog jazavičara, evo te, odvedem ga kod veterinara u Kulu. Kaže kao neki srčani crv, možda ga ujeo I krpelj, da mu 3 injekcije, do kjera kuće on za pola sata crko. Ma, te Boga šta mu je dao. Kaže, trebalo bi da kao da povraća za pola sata I sutra ujutru u 9 da ga dovede. To ja ostavio psa, ušao unutra, izašao napolje posle pola sata, on voda oko njega ispovraćana, pitaj Boga šta mu je dao. Ma.
Ček, ti si njega odveo bio, šta si primijetio?
Pa primijetio sam da je onako, ne jede, samo pije vodu I bukvalno sedi, leži. On ne mrda repom, ništa. Ja ono, znaš, pipem njušku, vidim nije mu vruća njuška, obično kad je vruća njuška ima temperaturu. A reko, odršću ga, evo te, I nazovem veterinara ovog u Kulu, prvo mi se nije javio, nazovem u Bečej I kaže dođite. Kad zove me ovaj veterinar iz Kule. Kao mu, dovedite kjera, kao čekam se. Doveo, izvadio mu krv, izmerio ga, izmerio mu temperaturu, ono odmah smo radili tu analizu, kao pozitivan je na tog srčanog crva, I teško diše pas, da. I kao, a krvna slika pokazuje moguće da je ujed krpelja, kao, ali zna nekad ta dva nalaza kao da se preklope, ali kao za svaki slučaj daće o njemu I protiv krpelja I nešto malo za pluća. I za tog srčanog crva, evo, tog crva. Koliko ima kila, stavili ga na vagu, 10 kila, dao mu 3 injekcije, pa kao možda će ga malo iritirati ta injekcija od krpelja, kao zna pas da povraća. Evo te, dođe za pola sata crku kje, to je strašno, evo. Ma. Šta je glavni doktor, vlasnik nije tu, on je u Egiptu, ali ovaj radi kod njega godinama.
Koga je ujeo krpelj?
Ma nije ga ni ujeo krpelj, to veterinari čim vide kjera da mu nešto nije dobro, ujed krpelja, ma nosite se.
Pa kao jebać.
Ma beši. Kud ga ne odvedog za Bečej, jebote. I onda kuknja, tu deca plaču, jaca. Kopaj rupu I tako, sad ti kaže.
A jebi ga, mislim. Jebi ga, realno čovjek se više veže za psa, no za nekog čovjeka kad ti jebi ga.
Baš smo se vezali, mi smo ga I našli, znaš, to je kao neki jazavičar.
Aha.
Neko ih je bio izbacio I ja sam uzeo jednog. Pre 4-5 godina. Je bio s nama tu, već smo ga jednom spasili od te mačije kuge, kako se zove. Ovo tad je bio mali, on 3-4 mjeseca. Te čuvar samo takav je. Ma.
Ali jebote, za čas da to vidiš, da je već poneo ga ni injekciju.
Ja ga pitam kao kad će povraćati, pošto kolima sam iz Kule, treba mi 10 minuta. Kaže on za neke pola sata, 40 minuta. Taman je od te injekcije tako I umro.
Kuj jebo.
Čovjek popizdi. I šta sad da mu kažem?
Nevjerojatno. Ne volim ja to, vidi, ja daleko od toga da ne volim životinje i to, baš iz tog razloga ne volim da imam ništa kao svog nekog ličnog kjera ili tako, ja se strašno vežem za to i onda ima drastične probleme, tako da lakše mi da nema ništa svoje bježnja, mislim to više bi se vezao za to ono za čovjeka.
U kući si, jevi ga, moraš imat psa, je.
A to jest, mislim,
ja van grada, jevi ga.
To je tačno.
Ženo poremećena, jebem ti milu materu.
Moćna smjena radi.
Jebeni narkomani!
Achtung jetzt! Das ist gefährlich!
Snake, ide se ujutru u Dolcezo, ali s nama.
Pa, ako budete išli, pokupite me.
Ili je to rano, ili kako je? Kad se vidi, kad bi beka išli, kad je?
Hier, Munition für dich!
Oko 9, jel ti rano to?
Ajde u pičku, materinu.
Podstanara unutra.
Munition! Greif zu!
A. O jebote, mater.
Hier, Munition!
Objective Dora is now ours.
Hier, ich hab Munition!
Der Friedrich ist now ours.
Aj, evo.
Secured enough objectives to control this battle.
Ovo je to.
We have lost objective Friedrich.
Hier, Munition für dich!
Bio ti je beka danas tu jedan prijatelj. Kaže da je s tobom nekad igrao Hunt. noćne mape jebene, brate, ovo ne vidiš ništa.
Odlično su uradili.
Pa neki ljudi vide savršeno po mraku, znaš.
Meni bješte oči, brate. A pauk, ako nemaju stikicu, bomba ga ubije. Eno ga tamo puca, viš.
Munition, hier!
Prelazimo, nema. Samo gledaj odakle puca, s prozora gore. Pa da, ali... može da zapuca. Gore s prozora je pucao bio. To se ubio. Ajde da gore, nakon. Sjed kroz drvo, brate. Oj, dobro.
Ujebem ti mamu.
Seht ihr das? Verdammt gefährlich!
Aj jebote, sva trojica krenula, ne možeš.
Brate, kroz drvo me kjedo, nevjerojatno, znači. Prvi metak je. Kroz ogradu ono, sviđa ono.
Brate, poginem jebote, opali metka, ne igram se. Sad sam gledao isto. Znaš šta je cheater ovo igre, brate? To je bruk.
Kaže, oko 30% igrača ima neku vrstu ili aimbot.
Time da se bavi, evo to oni se bave kozmetikom.
Ovaj što je mene ubio, 1.71 100 prestiž, 8700 kilova.
Da, i zašto su stavili ovo da možda se zaključa nalog? Što bi se zaključilo, se ne vidi? Što je hajde? Šta ima da se krije, ne razumijem šta.
Svi su streameri, znaš. Svi su streameri i boje se da ih ne...
A nek ne streamuje i nek ne igra.
Ali point je što nisu. Većina njih ne streamuje. To je laž. 90% njih ne streama.
I to su sve ostali, brate, ovi što igraju ti teški narkomani, brate, što ne gase igru, jer ne možeš te ljude dobiti, evo, to ne igraju, brate, po cijel dan, toliko su istrenirani da ih ne možeš dobiti, brate. Viš ti kako su oni organizovani, jedan nakro, ovaj ovamo, ovaj tu, čeka iza ograde, ovaj, sve, brate, pakao, ono. Kada znaju kako će se režirat partiju.
Munition, Soldat!
A viš primjer, malo prije sam igrao s nekim randomima, od 9 kilova, 7 je mojih bilo. 7 ljudi sam ubio. Od toga, od tih 7 ljudi, 3 čovjeka su automatima bili.
Tako svane. Više u igrici.
Cijel dan, brate, igramo. Gama, ovdje je boss. Još mi gama podignuta i džabe me. Daleko je ovaj trag, ćemo ići po njemu. Skroz je tamo u kući. Daleko baš.
Da, munición.
Što bi? Mitte. Ne, ajde, ubit ćemo baš. Sekira neka da ima dobro vidio. Kase ima tamo. O,
gdje se nekjer.
Moguće da se ovako loše raspleteš, jebem ti mate.
Das ist für dich! Erste Hilfe! Be aware that we have lost objective Emil! Wir haben das Ziel an den Feind verloren! Ich kümmere mich um dich. Du bist meine
Ubij bossa, ja ga bježamo.
Udri govno.
Udri govno, udri.
Ich versuche eine Rauchgranate.
Imate kasu ovo, nisu preuzemno. Odakle je ovo ušlo, brate? Kako je uđe, brate, kroz zatvoreni prozor to?
Ich flieg dich zusammen, Soldat! Danke, Soldat! Soldiers, objective Bertha has been lost! Und gütiger! Willkommen zurück, Soldat! We have now taken objective Dora!
To je samo, onaj prozor može da uđe. To je jedino samo.
Hier, hast du erste Hilfe brauchst! Good work, objective Friedrich is now ours!
Šta ti, Peđe, ti si skoro stigao. Ej,
pa nije meni kompjuter sve već, da ja moram da senem, ste vi naruku. Jes.
Ti si meni sve čini daš.
Samo tebi nije ništa. Šta ima?
Neće ovdje niko ni doći. Radi, sad se drao, propustio si scene i... Vidiš Beka na ovoj kutiji piše Read speed 3.500, up to 3.500. Kao da može da ide do 3.500 megabajta u sekundu.
Hvati se Milane, gotovo si.
Ma gotovo. Op, evo ih, sa Southwest, točno na izlaz. Tri čovjeka tamo South. Penje se na ova drva. To je zombi.
Raspoređeni su.
Ovaj ne može probušiti ulaz.
Sva tri su na tri različite strane.
Neće ovdje. Ovdje prozor vam. Kako me zveknulo, vrat. Pazi, bomba.
Ich werfe eine Rauchgranate! Ich helfe dir!
Hut ab, Soldat!
Pazi to, prozor.
Otvaraju metalna vrata. Pogođena polju.
Dobro. Pao jedan.
There's 200 or 300 ms reaction time. Or like one person doing something wrong wipes the whole group.
Healam se.
It's like, look at Brutalis.
Healam se.
What do you do in Brutalis? You soak the meteor slash, you don't stand next to other people with fire, and you hit the boss.
Isto.
Big surprise, it's the most spot, everybody loves doing it. Yeah, everybody loves doing it, because it's easy. Yeah, that's all it comes down to. I love the harder difficulties. Yeah, I'm sure if I go and I look at your Warcraft logs, we're not going to have any mythic parses here, are we? But let's be honest, again, there are always people that talk about how much they like this and how popular it is. And again, anybody here who's talking about this, you're already part of the 5%, the 1%. You are watching a video game stream on a third-party website. That's not what the normal person does. A normal person doesn't do this. Like, they just log on to the game and play the game. So, like, you're automatically, by the nature of the fact that you're watching this in the first place, part of the elite. Yeah. And even inside of that, there's like tiers of elite. I'm normal? Yeah, sure. We're elite gamers. We are, yes. I think in many regards. The raids are very accessible. It's the very same reason everyone does Mythic Plus and raids. Yeah, there you go. And so that toss two solutions. I like. Thomas, just make the game the way it was. Never a lot of people rated before. Like, I don't know. It's like.
20 metara čovjeka, brate, a
15, ali
nekad fejla, brate, na 3 metra danas failam, brate, znači baš sumnjivo sam failao, ono.
Now, like a lot of people, I tuned into the first episode of She-Hulk last week with, how can I put this, somewhat modest expectations. Basically, I expected the show to be just another lazy Marvel TV product, written and shot as quickly and cheaply as possible to keep the content sludge pipe flowing, with lame attempts at witty humour and an extra large helping of complaints about how generally awful and stupid men are. And well, that's exactly what we got. And I think one particular scene towards the end of the first episode pretty much encapsulates everything the writers wanted to accomplish with this show.
I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time. When I'm catcalled in the street, when incompetent men explain my own area of expertise to me, because if I don't, I will get called emotional or difficult, or I might just literally get murdered. So I'm an expert at controlling my anger because I do it infinitely more than you.
Are you serious? Oh my goodness, whatever could they be trying to tell me here? Now, as tempting as it is to sit and mock She-Hulk for its awful writing, cringy dialogue, flaccid CGI, heavy-handed gender politics, amateur acting, nonsensical editing and terrible pacing, but don't worry, I'll come back to that in another video. Believe that! I actually wanted to use this show for something positive for a change, because the more I think about it, the more I realise it's basically a textbook example of how not to structure a story and how not to develop a protagonist. So why not turn it into a bit of a learning experience for all of us? Grab your pens and notebooks, dear viewer, because it's schooling time. Now, as hard as it may be to believe, it is actually possible to make Jen's infamous rant function in context. But the problem with this episode is twofold. One, it doesn't actually show us any of the things she's complaining about, and two, it fails to establish Jen as a sympathetic, likeable character that we care about. The writers wanted a big emotional payoff with this scene, but they were either unable or unwilling to give us the setup that it needs to work. So let's explore how and why they failed and how they could have done it better. her. The problems begin in the very first scene, where Jen's rehearsing a speech that she's about to give in court, and her two co-workers are listening in. Now naturally, her female companion is positively brimming with praise. I mean, this girl just can't say enough good things about her, to the point where it becomes almost uncomfortable to watch. But pay attention to this scene, 007, because this is the very first time we meet our protagonist. It's the first chance we get to assess her demeanour, her personality, her mannerisms, and even her work environments. This is where the writers need to establish her as someone likeable, someone relatable, someone the audience...
magla.
Sam Borisom Grivački, sam magla.
Da kažemo isto.
Nije, bolja je magla.
Čak što više onaj sa bom spirom je taman otvorio i izlaze da odmah izađe na njega ga usere. Tu je boss.
Hoće koga?
Ako sad dobro tu. Nije. Evo trade plan, konduit. A od ovih golana što su upaljena pa sam mislio da je bossa, ali kurac.
Soldier, no!
Can become invested in. But how to do this? Do they give her razor-sharp dialogue, a witty, fun, charming personality that you can't help but warm to? Maybe work in a few little flaws, insecurities and shortcomings to make her more...
Može. Ide ti Urbas neđe na kafu?
Može, zašto ne bi mogu?
Ako će Milan da plati kafu, može. Ipak on zarađuje dnevno 100 evra. A ja mjesečno ne mogu da izguram 100. Ipak on polomljene kičme ide da zaradi pare. Ja se izlažavam nedelju dana. Pardon, unesem se previše.
Ste ludi, evo.
Koga jebe nek crkne.
Svibel ili losan.
Kad je olav na pare, neka ga uništa.
Ne znaš što si jela na pare. A Milan. Što si jela na pare? Alav na pare! Što nisi?
Ko oni? Ubret.
North Africa is a strategic position for all of the Allied forces.
You
are at first attempt at gaining some control in the area, soldier. Godspeed.
Kako ne volim kad jedan boss, brate, ono, ne znaš koliko je ekipa, džetu, šta su, odakle napadaju. Da li napasno.
Take this ammunition.
Zvone od ozgod. Možda neko snajper.
Svađam se sa kurvom čiji je Čale voditelj one emisije Zona sumnje.
Poput simulator 10%.
Sviđa mi se.
Ljudi.
Use this ammo.
Voli vas kurac. Kakvi su vam hunt mečevi?
Sve smo počeli.
A?
Sve smo počeli.
Sinoć smo mi dobro imali. Ja i dalje imam automat.
Projekat Zomboid.
Survivors.
Kako da ne?
Uđe. Nema ekipa.
Ti stvarno ne treba da radiš taj posao, to je loše za zdravlje, mentalno, kunenti se. I onda posle, Boris Gradinaški,
Ljudi nam dolaze odavde.
50 godina, uzeo pištolj i pobio pola Beograda.
Jebo,
ne znam zašto
down na
je
rok. Snajper.
Kurac pobio pola Beograda, njega bi prvi komšija završio.
Headshot kroz daske.
Ajoj!
Možda zna da nije Rahka Ž.
Ovi su dobro.
Znaš da on ima te čitarske radove.
Kao Harley Quinn.
Ne moraš da se praviš lud. Već jesi, vred.
Da se napravim lud, je to rekao?
Da, kao pravit će se lud, da kao... Ne mora da se pravi, vred.
Kakva laž.
Ko pušta poruke na fejsu, na gitarata na beladata?
Gitarata na beladata.
Na gitarata, na beladata.
Gitarata? Halo, injured man. Injured man.
Aj probaj, ali tu su oko mene.
Ne vidim se Kesiću, metnuli su ti kljuze pod guzicu, čim ustaneš.
Ne one. Kratko no. Ne kratko, nego kratko no.
Aj probaj. Pa što bude jedan.
Čisto krvi srpski kratko nogi ptiča.
Na dženi pobešte.
Pa srpski nego šta? Naš je, nego čije?
A meni uz opak. Ostaje mi ovo smeći.
More human and relatable. No, they just have another character straight up tell us how amazing and smart and capable she is. She's fierce, she's a girl boss, she's crushing it. The script doesn't trust the audience to form their own opinions about this character, so it just straight up tells you what to think about her. She's great because we say so, okay? Don't question us. This kind of thing is a hallmark of weak, insecure writers who don't have confidence in their own work, and it's happening more and more in Marvel projects these days. Like Maria in Captain Marvel, who feels the need to tell the audience that Carol Danvers is funny and crazy and kind, despite the movie showing us the exact opposite. Or Loki telling his female counterpart how amazing she is, because otherwise we might not figure it out for ourselves.
You did it on your own. You had rings around them. You're amazing.
This is not how writing is supposed to work. The only voice of contention in the room comes courtesy of a man, but that's okay because he's quickly silenced and sent away with his tail between his legs. Yup, it's a Marvel show alright. But let's take a step back from that and think what this does for Jen's character development, and that all-important scene later in the episodes. What it tells me is that Jen is already firmly in control of her life, her work environment and the people around her. She's able to quickly and easily deal with objections, dissenting voices and challenges to her authority. That's a good thing, right? Well, not really. Keep in mind the conversation later in the episode where she complains about men constantly questioning her judgment, holding her back, and generally making her life so difficult that she has to constantly hold in the rage that builds inside her. That's telling us one thing, but the episode itself is showing us the exact opposite. She easily deflects her male colleague's doubts and sends him on his way without the least difficulty, and there's no indication that she's even particularly bothered by it. If anything, she seems mildly amused by the whole thing. She just blows him off and then gets right back to being showered with praise and adoration. And this is a real wasted opportunity to develop sympathy towards the character. Imagine this same scene where Jen recites her big elaborate closing argument, only for her more senior male partner to overrule her and flatly state that he's the one who's going to be delivering it. He might be superficially polite and consoling, maybe even giving her half-hearted platitudes like she's just not ready for this yet, but there's a more threatening undertone to his voice so that we know exactly what he's doing and why. We get to see her excitement and enthusiasm turn into crushing disappointment as she realises she's been held back from yet another opportunity. Now imagine how much more sympathy you'd feel towards her as a character. I mean, nobody likes to see good people getting crushed and sidelined, and instinctively you'd want to see her succeed. Now imagine how much more impact her rant later in the episode would have if we actually saw the negative impact of what she describes. But no, the writers were so desperate to have their first girl boss moment right off the bat that they had to make this a quick and easy victory for Jennifer. The scene feels more like them projecting their own personal gripes, frustrations and hang-ups, followed by the fantasy resolution they wish they could have had themselves, rather than a logical component of a bigger narrative. It was more important for them to score a quick, ego-stroking win rather than take the smarter option that would deliver bigger and more satisfying payoffs later. And unfortunately, that's a common thread in this show. Like in the next scene where Jennifer and Bruce are involved in a car wreck. Bruce gets knocked unconscious in the crash and Jen's supposed to drag him from the wreckage, and in the process, some of his blood mixes with hers and she turns into the Hulk. Now, imagine for a moment how much more impactful this scene might have been if Bruce had been the one to survive the crash and Jennifer had been badly injured instead. So bad, in fact, that conventional medical science could do nothing more for her. Faced with a difficult choice, Bruce reluctantly gives her a blood transfusion, saving her life at the cost of her humanity by turning her into a Hulk. That would open up a lot of pretty interesting possibilities for their relationship. On the one hand, Jennifer would be rightly pissed that Bruce performed an invasive and life-altering medical procedure without her consent, and now she has to live with the long-term consequences. And on the other, you could have Bruce racked with guilt that he basically ruined her life, but also defiant because he ultimately took the difficult decision needed to keep her alive. That could result in a lot of conflict, but also a lot of very emotionally satisfying scenes between the two of them. But all of that would require time and effort to develop, probably over multiple episodes, and it's all just so much work. It would also mean putting their protagonist at a bit of a disadvantage, albeit temporarily, and needing the help of a man to get her out of trouble, and that's not allowed in modern Marvel writing because it goes against the rules. They couldn't have their creation lying helpless and injured on the ground. They were repulsed at the idea of a strong man pulling her from the wreckage and making important decisions about her future without her inputs. And so, just like the opening scene that could have been the setup for a satisfying emotional payoff later, they instead took the short-sighted option and went for a quick, easy and cheap win. Of course Jen doesn't need Bruce's help. Of course she wrenches a buckled car door open, despite that being almost impossible for any human without heavy cutting equipment. Of course she carries his unconscious body away from the wreck, despite him weighing 50 or 60 pounds more than her. She's awesome, she's a boss, she's killing it like she always does. And it's only because of this weak, dumb man's injured body that she happens to get some of his blood on her. What a selfish arsehole. Anyway, so she hulks out and wakes up sometime later in the bushes outside a bar in the middle of nowhere, and after staggering into the bathroom, she immediately encounters a group of comically helpful women who slather her in makeup, force her into some cheap clothes and send her on her way, only for her to run into a group of evil men outside. I mean, I assume they're evil because that's clearly what the writer wants us to think. The problem is that they don't really do anything all that bad. I mean, they show some mild interest in Jen, who's clearly not interested, and when they persist, she hulks up and almost kills all of them. And it's only the intervention of Bruce at the last second that saves their lives. And that's it. The big payoff here is Jen scaring the crap out of a bunch of dude bros who normally would have been scary and intimidating to her, and whose only real crime was being a bit too forwards. Now, take a moment to think about this for what it really is, a logical building block of a larger story. Think about how much more impactful this might have been if it had happened earlier in the episode, before Jen's transformation. Imagine she was making her way home after a shitty day at the office, like, for example, getting passed over for a big court case, only to run into some drunken assholes who start harassing her. At first she tries to ignore them, then she politely declines their advances, but still they keep it up, getting more surly and abusive as the scene continues. We get to see and feel her growing panic and anger, and how hard she has to struggle to keep from losing her temper. And by the time they finally get bored and leave her alone, she's exhausted and upset from the ordeal. Think how much more we would empathise with her then, and how much more impact that big emotional payoff at the end of the episode would have had. But nah, the writers didn't want to do that. They wanted to do an easy, breezy comedy where problems get resolved almost as quickly as they appear, and the main character just kind of bounces from one win to the next. They wanted the female power fantasy of standing up to male bullies, of being the bigger, stronger one for a change, of putting men in their place. They wanted to feel vindicated, validated and strong in a way they never had before. Yet again, they sacrificed long-term story payoffs for the quick dopamine hit of an easy win. The last point I wanted to touch on was the training sequence between Jen and Bruce. Having prevented her from killing a bunch of innocent civilians, Bruce takes her away to his beachside retreat so he can train her to control her Hulk powers. Which makes sense considering an out-of-control Hulk can basically decimate entire cities. Now, you might think this sequence would open up some interesting possibilities for their relationship. After all, Bruce has gone through a lot of shit because of the Hulk. This is a man with 15 years of tragedy, loss, disaster and destruction behind him. A lot of painful lessons that he can share with his cousin to help her avoid the same mistakes. He's the experienced mentor and she's the naive pupil taking her first steps down a whole new path. Instead, what we get are some quippy jokes that mock the Hulk and everything Bruce has gone through, and a montage whose only purpose is to show that Jen is apparently better than Bruce in every way. She immediately excels in almost every activity, is Bruce's equal or even his better in every competitive event, and on the one occasion where he demonstrates superior strength, she openly mocks him for being goaded into showing off. It's just that toxic male pride talking, I guess. Which is really weird because she's literally mocking him for being stronger than her when she was literally celebrating for being stronger than him seconds earlier. I guess it's okay when women do it. Actually, now that I think about it, that should pretty much be the slogan for the MCU at this point. But more importantly, it yet again blows another perfect chance to have some kind of meaningful character development between the two of them. Bruce has got nothing to teach her, no lessons to impart and no wisdom to pass on. It's all just as shallow, insincere and meaningless as, well, basically every single moment of Thor Love and Thunder. The only purpose of this segment is to bring us to that all-important emotional payoff. Now, just imagine how much more impactful that whole scene would have been if the writers had done everything I've suggested in this video. But they didn't. Just like the toxic male lawyer, just like the car crash, just like the drunk guys outside the bar, this episode is all about having Jen breeze through every situation with absolutely no difficulty. It's all about the easy wins, the cheap dopamine hit, the constant search for validation and ego stroking. What you ultimately end up with is less of a story with properly constructed setup leading to satisfying payoffs, and more of a kind of group therapy session. A chance for the writers to project all of their hang-ups and gripes and petty first world frustrations onto a bunch of on-screen strawmen that can be quickly and easily knocked down by their idealized self-insert persona. It's not about telling an interesting story or faithfully adapting the source material, it's about them. It's about making them feel better, stroking their egos, validating their life choices. It's weak, cheap, selfish writing from people who either can't or don't want to produce anything better. But hey, if you've got any interest at all in the business of storytelling, then She-Hulk is basically a perfect example of what not to do. And that being the case, maybe it does have a useful purpose after all. Now, since I've spent so long talking about writing, that serves as an awkward little segue into this neat bit of self-promotion. See, it turns out that my new novel, Dark Harvest, is now available to buy from all good bookshops. And a few shit ones. I believe in practicing what you preach, and instead of sitting on my arse bitching about stuff that other people have made, I like to throw my own hat in the ring and see what I'm capable of making. And if by chance you're interested in picking up a copy, it really helps support my work, so I'll leave a link in the description. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Alo, možda da primakne mikrofon. Alo, alo. A, Discord jebe, to si upravo. Ja sam morao da u Huntu menjam onaj proces, onaj kurac. Jer bio update na Discordu i sjebalo mi je sve. Restalo. Pa mi je secko Discord dok sam igrao Hunt. Kretanski. To problem, znam da ništa nisam čačku, niko nije čačku ništa kada ona u proces mi nije stavljen Discord, opet mi stavilo na low priority. I was made for loving you, baby. You was made for
People is coming.
Gdje je Milan? Milane? Nije valjda zaspao već?
Milan nas je napustio.
A gotov je, nema od njega.
Nema snage.
Damn proud soldier. I can't wait to shake your hand when you get back. You've helped us free these lands from the occupying forces.
For you, ammunition.
Aircraft are heading for your position. Give them hell with your rifles and maybe they'll get the message and just fuck off.
Kad ga zapali nisam ni tag uzeo, jebem ti mater. Kaj ovo ima, brate, nije normalno. Prvi ubili jednog tekina. To najgore... ovo je shotgun par. Već vidim žicu odavde.
Extraction will be there shortly. Build up whatever you can to keep them away till we're there.
Onako se upleo.
Neko već upao u žicu.
Kontam da je neko u svoju žicu.
So, yeah, this happened a couple hours ago, and people wanted me to talk about it. So they keep coming into my chat, and I figured I'd make a video and talk about it. It's kind of dark. It just happened, as I said. So we're just recording this kind of off the cuff. And anyway, I'd like to go through and talk about something that happened in Path of Exile. Now, there's a streamer, also makes YouTube videos. I've seen a handful of them. Path of Math. He has been banned from Path of Exile. The reason why he got banned? Developer abuse. So we're going to talk about a little bit. It's not just like one clip. It's a confluence of events that we will go through and we will evaluate throughout time. So let's go ahead and let's look at the clip that I think most people are assuming got him banned. This is the clip that many people are referencing as the reason why he got banned. And we've got a handful of follow-ups, but other than that, we're gonna look at some other stuff. Here we go, let's play it.
Like, how fucking retarded are you? You fucking brain-dead bald fuck. I guess the more hair you lose...
The lead guy is bald, so he's talking about Chris Wilson.
The more fucking IQ you lose, and now that he...
And I said this, like, I feel like Chris has always, number one, he's always been bald, so, like, that metaphor doesn't really work. Like, for as long as I can remember, Chris has been bald the whole time. So I don't know, like, why, like... Nothing. What changed really here? You know what I mean? It was. I don't remember.
He's bald. He's also retarded. I don't know, dude. Like, what the fuck?
So that's basically that's one thing that he had said. There's also some stuff in Twitch chat here. I mean, there's some other ones, but we're just gonna look at this one for now. Dude, I can't believe this bald fucking retard wants PoE to become Diablo 2, but 20 years later. And so I think he had said one other thing similar to that. And then there's also this clip right here.
I guess this is their yearly thing where they basically try to force down our throat a bunch of fucking garbage. And then they just expect us to be like, ah, this time around it'll be okay. It's like, dude, are you fucking retarded or what? How about you just let us have fun? Consider that. Then we'll actually buy your shitty overpriced MTX, dude. You brain dead fuck.
Dobro.
Ammunition, gratis.
So that one was not really that bad. In my opinion, like this clip here is like, there's nothing really bad worthy in this. It's just an angry boy, you know, like that's not really it. I think that like in my mind, it's a lot different whenever you single out a specific individual person versus you call like the entire team something. I don't know, I find that to be different. I think that whenever you're talking about like any type of harassment like this, it is to a certain degree the harassment is in the eye of the beholder. Some people think harassment is one thing, some people think that it's something else, etc. I do think that this has been a long time coming. Because I'll be honest, like if he had just said this one thing and he got suspended for it, I would be like, that's kind of, that's a bit out of pocket, that's a bit much, right? It's their game, they can do what they want to do in their game, but what I want to bring people's attention to is the fact that the clip that you're looking at here is number 5 on a 7-point list of problematic behavior that this individual has demonstrated in the past. So yes, this is only number 5 on the list. And so we're going to go through and we're going to talk about this. Number 1, harassed a staff member for basically no reason. First ban. So that's right, guys. This isn't the first time either. This is another clip confirming this. He has been temporarily banned over personal insults at GGG staff members before. Last time I think there was about comments that I won't repeat, attacking a specific dev, not Chris, who he personally blamed for nerfs to harvest crafting. And also, after he got banned from the subreddit, he went and he made an alt account to argue about himself with randoms on here, while pretending to be somebody else, and then streamed it. Oh, and God forbid anyone call him out either. He has a beef with nice other people. Yeah, whatever. And so anyway, this guy gets pissed off, and he's trying to defend himself after he gets banned. And I think that really, again, let's move down the list, right? I don't want to move around too much. Let's look at number 2. Made some video about how he was unjustly banned for fake Discord screenshots, then privated it when it came out that this wasn't the reason for the ban at all. Did giveaways to his viewers, which is explicitly considered RMT by GGG, second ban. People have told me not to do that. I was doing a service, so this was like at the end of like 2 other leagues ago. I was doing a service where I would vol people's headhunters. And I deleted 2 of them. Like, I actually evaporated 2 headhunters for somebody. And it was like, I don't think they would give a shit about that because it's like, actually, I'm doing them a favor because I'm removing things out of the economy, right? Yeah, so I didn't get suspended for that. But I could see, obviously, like, giving away stuff to get people to watch your stream. Now, I've always thought that's a little bit cheesy. Is it really a bad thing? I don't really know. I don't really give a shit too much about it. But, you know, if they have a rule against it, then, you know, you shouldn't do it. It's that simple. Showing himself with multiple sock puppet accounts on Reddit and then caught a Reddit ban. No, so then he, I see. So he was doing this for himself and then he got banned, then he made another account to defend himself again. Emotionally unstable enough to have a temper tantrum, calling Chris a bald retard on stream. Third and current ban. Pathological liar tries to damage control lie about all these past incidents and runs away whenever lies are corrected. So this is the individual that we are dealing with now, and he made this tweet. It's since then been deleted, but I haven't refreshed the page. So this just happens. $1,000 in supporter packs in 3.18 alone. That's like the last previous patch. I'll be the first one to call the good shots, but I won't chill whenever the game I love seems to be taking a really, really bad turn. Firegrass, turns out if you mention Chris, you get banned. And so this is like this is what happens. This is the kind of person that gets in my ban appeals, and they were just like, I was just expressing my opinion, and then I read what the opinion is, so I hope you die. Oh, so what is it now, guys? What? Do we get banned now for expressing our opinion? Oh, wow! We can't have opinions anymore. Damn! Like, I don't know. Like, am I crazy to say that, like, singling out an individual person on the team is, like, way different than just, like, saying the whole team is retarded? Like, I feel like that's a totally different fucking paradigm. Right? Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's personal. Like, he was the one that made it personal, I would say. Dude, I come personal shit's no good. It's targeted, yeah, it's very targeted. It became personal at that point. Exactly. So, yeah, when you're the director, it's your job. Well, yeah, of course it is. One person will yeah, I would say so. That's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, so he got a response. That was his original tweet. A lot of people were not sympathetic. And I think the reason why people were not sympathetic was because, very simply, he says, if you talk about Chris, you get banned. Like, this is the exact kind of stuff that I perma-ban people for in my chat. Everybody knows it's not true. It's intellectually dishonest. It's misleading, and it's fucking obnoxious. It's just, it's being an obnoxious little bitch. And yes, that's what you were being. You were being an obnoxious little bitch. And you know what? It wasn't the first time. It wasn't the second time. We're on number 5 now. And you got suspended. You got banned. So let's go ahead and let's look at what he said after that. And he said right over here, your light's dead. Okay, there we go. How dead crafting is. And this is also a problem. And this is why the whole community, I think, needs to get together. And this is not just in PoE, right? This is happening in PoE now, but I think this is a general thing. I think the community does need to get together and make sure that they push away people that are abusive and hostile under the guise of it being constructive. I think these people are destructive. They're damaging for the relationship between like the developer and the players. They create a divide, and they basically use these situations as like an emotional stress ball that they just fucking squeeze as hard as they can whenever their feelings get hurt. Yeah, I think it's very important that people can stand together and say, listen, like, this is not something that is good. This is a bad thing. I don't want this whole situation to take a toll on me mentally. It's not worth it. I deleted everything, taking it on the channel. We'll see what happens. In the end, I apologize and I'll do better. No reason to take this further. Okay, so that's basically what he said. He apologized for it, and I think that's a good thing. The fact is that taking accountability for it, aren't their feelings valid though? No, there are some feelings that are, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. If the thing is, like, your feelings become invalid the moment that they are inflicted on other people. Nobody cares about your feelings whenever they are used as a justification to harass somebody. Now, obviously, like, we want to hear what people think and etc., but also, it is your responsibility to communicate in a way that is not unnecessarily aggro. And whenever you do that, you can't be surprised whenever people get mad at you. And I think that it's very simple, right? If you go to any place, any place in real life, right? Any establishment, any store, any restaurant, and any place, and you act the way that he did, you're going to be removed from the store. Let's be honest. You're going to be removed from the store. And the thing is, this has happened in World of Warcraft as well. And it's one of the things, like, I remember it happened to Holinka. That was really fucking bad back in Warlords of Draenor. And it's happened to Steve Denuser. He's like another one of the guys that, like, everybody blames shit on him. It seems like the guy's got a sense of humor. But that's why I always say, is because, like, everybody knows Steve. They're rightfully so. get the fuck out of here, rightfully so. Like, it's a fucking video game. You can criticize and say that the writing is bad, say everything like this, but the moment that you make it personal, you are now wrong. There is never there is not a line that a video game can cross that rationalizes you personally attacking the people that are making it. Do you understand? Like, there's never a line for this. Like, it's not like, oh, wow, well, yeah, but, I mean, if it's like a 70% nerf, then we can call them, I don't know, like a bald retard. But if it's only 60%, he's only a retard. And if it's only 50, he's only dumb. Like, get the fuck out of here. Just don't make it personal. You just talk about the content. Yeah, that's all it really comes down to, man. I don't think it's really complicated. He's also a sponsor creator, so he basically calls boss retard. I don't know about that. It depends. And yeah, it's amplified since he's prominent in the PoE community. He's not a nobody. No, he's not. I mean, people know him. And Tally's almost banned for having WoW devs. Was he almost banned for having the Ian emote? I don't really think that he was almost banned. I just think they told him to get rid of the emote. I remember that situation. Tally's had a great relationship with Blizzard for like fucking 10 years. I don't think that he almost anyway, so let's go back over here. Ironica's just banning people for calling him out in his offline chat after the fact. Yeah, that's always the way people are. Anyway, so what kind of baby ass shit is that? I don't know. Shut up Blizzard all the time, and you roll your eyes when their devs speak. I'm not in the camp thinking this is okay, just because you don't see it. So that would be very true, Nebula, if you had literally no social IQ at all. Like, if you exist only on the internet, and you have no idea of nuance and social cues or anything like that, then I could see where you reach the conclusion that me saying that the Warcraft devs are making a stupid decision, or I disagree with Ian about something or I think it's dumb, to making a personal attack on Ian's appearance or another developer's appearance, and then calling them anything. Oh right, that never happens, because that's not what's happening here. They're two different things. I mean, it's just crazy. This is not related at all. Autism, I don't like using autism as an insult because it's like it's a fucking, it's a specific thing, right? And there's plenty of people, like, don't fucking put this on autistic people. There's plenty of autistic people that play PoE and they're not doing this. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a medical disorder. I try not to, in general, like, I very rarely call people, like, schizos. I very rarely, I will use general insults, of course, but I rarely use medical insults, medical, like, diagnoses as an insult. Sometimes I do, okay? Like, I'm not trying to, like, this is just it's a guideline, not a rule. Okay, but it's generally the way that I look at it. Yeah, that's basically it. Criticize a game, but don't harass the devs personally. Yeah, being too specific. Well, I mean, anybody can decide to be... you stop saying Spurg as much, which I appreciate. I don't think there's anything wrong with Spurg. I've said it before. I don't really think it's a big deal. It's the same as, like, people say, like, Mongo Cleave and stuff like that. It's like nobody really, like, if you look at etymology, there are a lot of words that actually come from bad places, but I think the words have evolved from their origin, and they now live on their own. So I don't think that certain words are bad, but I also never say somebody is Asperger's. I've never said that. Think about that. So yeah, I mean, I draw the line where I think that it's fair, but either way, I think that whenever you go and you start insulting people on especially personal characteristics, etc., that's whenever you kind of cross the line. And that's what Spurg means, though, no? Not necessarily. I think that people don't necessarily correlate to the same thing. I would assume that most people that use the word don't know where it came from, and I think that pretty much makes it okay. And I know that there are some people that try to like police what other people say and say like, oh, this is okay, this is not okay. The fact is that I'm gonna say what I want, and I think that I have a pretty good barometer on what is and is not okay. And so people that disagree with that can choose to say what they want, but this is what I think is fair and equitable and reasonable and, you know, whatever you want to call it. So that's about it. I don't want to go and argue about this for like an hour. Anyway, if you don't like the word, don't use it. But anyway, personal insults based on appearance, I think we can all generally disagree is a bad idea. And I think that also it's about like the tone. And this is the other thing that I had wanted to talk about, right? So there are a lot of times that people call me bald and people call me stuff like this. It's like a bald idiot or something like that. Like I get the same insults Chris does, right? Let's be honest. But like I can tell that they're joking, right? Like I have a rapport with this person. I understand like this person is joking around. Like it's like whatever, right? But like, have you guys ever read something in chat where somebody is saying the same type of stuff, but the way they're saying it, and this is especially true with tone of voice and like actually speaking, but like you can very easily tell whenever somebody is saying something with like malice versus whenever somebody is saying something with just like, you know, it's like they're bantering with you. Yeah, like, I mean, I think like, yeah, the tone of it, it's like everything about that, like, it's totally fucking different. And it's a different vibe. And like, I feel like this guy's bringing a completely different vibe, a completely different energy. And I think also, this is the context. Like, think about over at Grinding Gear Games, right? This is a guy that's already been suspended for the exact same thing beforehand. And then he makes a video and lies about it. Then whenever he gets exposed, he hides the fact that he initially lied. Then he does an RMT giveaway that, I mean, again, that's fine. I mean, if you ban somebody for that. But, like, did he know this was against the rules ahead of time? If he did and he did it anyway, that's his fault. He fucked up. And also showing himself on this. And then so, like, again, we're on number 5 here. We're on number 5. And so, of course, they permanently banned his account. So, again, he did get banned. I got a response. So my consequence is the endless amount of hours and the thousands of dollars I spent on the game. I'm going to do what Impy did, step out of the very league and reflect on my choice of words when venting during disagreement. I think that's probably a good idea. I do think that, and this is always a problem whenever somebody wants to give some degree of like an apology or something like that, is that it's very obvious that he does not agree with this, and there's no reason, like, if he changes his behavior, it's only going to be because he avoids the ban. Like, he's not acknowledging that he did anything wrong, because if he was, and he thought that it was wrong, he would not have implied a unjust equivalency to him harassing the developers and then being suspended because of his endless amount of hours and thousands of dollars he put in the game, right? Like, he would have not made that equivalency if he believed that it was proportional to what he was doing. You see kind of what I'm saying? And so, like, it's very obvious that he's downplaying what he did, and he's trying to make himself look like a victim. And nobody likes it. It's just pathetic. Like, I've been suspended. I've done things that are wrong. I've done bad stuff. I've gotten in trouble for it. I've never played the victim here. I've never played the victim. I've never been like, oh, well, I you know, it's whatever. No, if I get suspended for something and I do it wrong, then it is what it is. Like, you take it on the chin, and that's all there is to it. So banning is power abuse. I don't think so. I think that, I mean, like, how are you going to say that's power abuse, but not him saying that kind of stuff on his stream is not power abuse? Because I think that we do, like, you have to, what about your WoW ban? Yeah, I got unbanned. That's the difference. So if he said all this stuff, and he said everything, and then they unbanned him, well, he'd be right. But I got unbanned. That's the difference. People are forgetting MPs, life isn't fair. Look at Africa take. Well, who gives a fuck about that? It's just stupid. Like, so, oh wow, a person that plays one video game 15 hours a day gives a weird analogy to something whenever he's being harassed by a bunch of people. I mean, please, I could give less of a fuck about this. It doesn't upset me at all. Would it be okay to ban someone from a video game for comments made on a social media platform? I think that, like, I mean, obviously there's an extreme for everything, but I think that if you're making comments and you are a content creator, even if you're not, but we're talking about in this circumstance, if you are a content creator and you're making comments about the developers, calling them out individually by name, insulting their personal appearance.
Be watchful and strike with conviction, soldier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Command wants you out there hunting.
Especially, it's not the first time. It would be one thing if this is the first time. It's like, oh, Baldy Chris makes another mistake. That's not what that's not what happened. This is in the context. This is very fair. This is very, very fair. A repeat offender. There you go, man. And so people get banned for teabagging. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about, though. That's not what we're talking about. There's a jackass. Yeah, he's a pussy bitch. Did he say any slurs or just joking shit? I don't think if you use slurs it matters. To be honest with you, that does not factor into the equation in my mind. A personal insult based off of the physical appearance is very different. You see kind of what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about like, oh, well, he used this word so he's bad, or he used that word so he's bad. No, it's about the vibe, the tone, the delivery, what he's saying, the pattern of behavior. It's about all this stuff. It's not just one point on a graph. It's kind of like what I said before. 1 point on a graph doesn't do anything. But 2, 3, 4, 5 points, that makes a line. And I think we've got a line right here. And it's obviously been crossed. So let's go back over, we'll read a few of the comments and talk about this a bit more. We're going to go ahead and run past this. Let's see here, watch his videos for girls and such, didn't realize this. Yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos, I have no idea. I think, like, yeah, it's just like whatever. Who gives a shit about this? That Screeching at Christmas stepped down. Yeah, it's just, it's a whole lot, and it's angry boy stuff.
Slowly and surely
got too comfortable and got fucked. I mean, I think that this is just a person with low emotional intelligence and even less self-control. He plays this video game all the time. It's his job, so he has like a vested interest in being successful. And all these things come together, and he just has an outburst, and he gets mad. He can make another account. You're welcome to create a new account if you wish to continue playing, provided that you adhere to our terms of service on your new account. So he can make a new account. It's not like they're not pulling the Tyler 1 treatment on this guy. Yeah, he can make another account. They just don't want to deal with him anymore on that account. They're basically like, hey, fucking stop it. Like we told you the first time, you tried to make us look bad, it didn't work, you're doing it again. And so this is also what happens, making mistakes when you are making mistakes. That's true, for sure. But if you acknowledge that it is a mistake, then I think it would imply that you know that it's wrong. Or at least you know you shouldn't do it, regardless of what it is. And so, what if Chris doesn't like your religious posts on social media? Is it okay to ban that too? What if Chris... what if Chris goes out to check his mail and he steps on a rock and he trips and he comes back inside and he thinks to himself, oh, he's at the mailbox, he's like, I'm gonna ban the first person I see's name, I'm gonna ban them from the game, and then he does that. Is that fair? Like, how many, like, what if he does it with one eye closed? Like, what are you trying to say? You understand? Like, I understand what I understand what you're trying to say. It's completely disingenuous. It's 100% completely disingenuous. Yeah, what if it's a full moon? Well, it depends. How many eyes does he have open? Is he wearing socks or not? Absolutely nothing wrong with ban. No, I don't think so at all. It says in terms of service, I can ban you for any reason. I think that I don't really care about the terms of service.
Brate, taj lumeni metal može samo jedni metal gdje jeste full metal jacket.
Well, they say they can ban you, so they ban you. Oh, wow, thanks a lot. That really fucking settles it. Okay, great. Chris posted on Reddit. What do you say?
Ma tu sam, bre.
Let me see what he said.
Ajde, Neno.
I think his recent one is highlighted, so it should be there. What happened with items? Oh, this is him talking about the item stuff, etc. Philosophy 2, there shouldn't be a large gap. This is...
Ovo je dobro bilo, no odmah dvije ekipe naš. Zajedno.
Direction from here. Okay, that's good.
Mene bombom ubio sam.
All right, yeah, I'll. This is unrelated. This is very important, but it is unrelated to the current topic. Anyway, so yeah, that's another video. I'll probably just read it off stream or something like that. But anyway, so I don't know. Like, what do you guys think about this? I mean, the guy is like, I feel like this is 100% deserved. Especially, like, the thing is also, we live in a day and age where people get harassed in real life. You know what I mean? Like, they get harassed in real life for things that happen on the internet. So I don't think it's fair to really say, like, oh, well, it's on the internet, it doesn't really matter. Like, people get actually harassed, you know, things happen, people have their real names out there, and they're putting themselves out there, and then they get treated this way, and that's a bad thing. And so, I think that to be honest with you, I think that there are way too many personal concerns. People take it way too fucking far on that Reddit, and it's been happening for over a year. And it's just what happens online if you don't remove the offenders. You should not delete the posts, you should ban the accounts. If somebody does that, like, this is the thing. I don't believe in like a 1, 2, 3 strike rule policy. Somebody can appeal the ban later on and like, yeah, you unban them. It's not a big deal. But like, if you type something once and it's bad, you're automatically dead. Automatically. Because why are you treating people like children whenever they're not? These are grown men. Like, I'm sorry, but like, let's be honest, in PoE, most of the people that play the game are fucking 20 to 40-year-old men. That's what it is. These are not children. This isn't a, you know, like a 7-year-old who had a temper tantrum. This is a fucking 26-year-old graduate student.
I'll be shaking your hand when the boys
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, stop acting like that. It's just insane. Why so pro-censorship? It's not censorship to fucking ban people who are attacking you on a personal level. This is not censorship. And it's like, why do you muddy the waters? Like, we have legitimate, real problems with censorship in our culture. We legitimately do. And why the fuck are you muddying the waters with genuine, real problems with censorship with this pussy-ass bitch that's getting banned because he personally attacked a specific developer? Why are you devaluing a legitimate problem by putting this person on your side? This person isn't on your side. They'd be calling you a bald retard too the second that you did something that they didn't like. If people from their fan base harassed you or harassed your family, he wouldn't give a fuck. It's a piece of shit.
Some ammo for you.
That's all there is to it. Banning harassment, I think that's very fair. It's a big line between censorship and freedom from association. Yeah, I think so. And Black People Dead are keeping an individual from talking to another individual person. And so anyway, let's go back over, we'll read a few comments, and then we're going to move on. Personally attacked with letters on the internet. We'll tell that to Christopher. Who's that girl that got killed by one of her fans? Like, it was like some girl, I don't know. People, like, tell that to Meg Turney, who had a guy break into her house because somebody wanted to kill her husband. Christina Grimmy, yeah. Get out of here, man. This shit happens all the time. It's something that you should worry. A Sweden need a stalker. Emru has had problems with this. This is very common now. And it's not a good thing. I don't want to fucking feel, oh, it's words on the internet. No, it's not. That's the problem. Those are actual attacks, not words on the internet. Where do you think it comes from? Where do you think it comes from, man? What do you think? Like, somebody tried to burn down Amarath's house.
No one is alive.
Where do you think that comes from? Why are you playing stupid? Why are we playing games here? What are we playing games here? Nobody knows what's going on. Let's be honest. And people are crazy. Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? Please have an adapted deal.
Na jedan prolaz tamo gdje, znaš na koji, taj tamo, dole.
Like, I don't know, I think it's fair. Like, if you want me to, hold on. Well, like, his account got fucking banned, but he can make a new account. And I bet you, like, if he has a year or two with no infractions and he moves past it, they'll probably ban his other account. Yeah, they'll probably unban his other account. If he's made enough time and he's improved, he's performed, they'll probably unban him. Why the fuck wouldn't they? What do you think? Yeah, what the fuck do they care? Like, they just wanted to show a, you know, like, set an example, I guess. So you need to buy a $10,000 stash again? Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, that's what it is. Mental illness, 100%. Maybe. Just have a guy that never said to your face. Oh, yeah, definitely. But yeah, that's the way I look at it. Coomer's watching streams leads to stalking, which is the dark side of the force. I think that it's just... I don't think that there is any place that people should accept.
Nešto nije reda sa zvukom, neko sam ti. Čuje se neki odjek. Znači čuje se jedan metak i čuje se odjek od njega.
Based off of like a disagreement in a video game. If it's like harassing the developers, I don't think any developer should have to put up with that. No, I don't care how it was. Okay, the internet was a lot different 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or whatever.
Pa masa njih tako igra, čim ubiju bossa, ne znam da
I onda na ovaj prozor ima
on the internet, you're XX pussy slayer, and in real life, you're, you know, fucking, I don't know, like whatever your name is. This is not, it's not the same. You feel harassed, it's harassment. I think that that's not always true. And there are some people that try to, you know, they cry harassment every time people are, you know, criticizing them or something like that. But I think in most cases that's not really true. I mean, that's, like, it's like in the same way that you have people that are like, they'll say like anything, any criticism of them is like harassment. In the same way that you have people like that, you're also going to have people that say that any criticism isn't harassment. You see what I'm saying? Cost your job, get out of hand, leads to restraining orders and jail time? Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah. It's saying fat is unhealthy, ban? Well, I mean, like, for example, like if I was going around calling a Blizzard developer a fat fuck. Like, I don't think anybody would have my back on that. I think everybody would say, like, bro, like, shut the fuck up. For example, like, yeah, like I say, like, this guy is a fat fuck piece of shit. So it has nothing to do with calling him a retard. Just that by itself, I'm like, yeah, fuck that, get him out of here. Yeah, people would not have my back on that, like, absolutely not. I wouldn't have somebody else's back on that either. It's crazy. Glass half full take, this publicity will bring in new viewers. What kind of a viewer watches some guy mauled out like a baby back bitch, and then they think to themselves, well, I want to watch this guy? Well, I know who it is. It's people that want to make him mad again to get the entertainment. This is not a good thing for him. It's not good in any way. He got really mad and really passionate about a game in a current state, and I don't think a part of his fan. Fair? Passionate.
Pa, to možda uradiš za jednu, da kažem, mis.
What, do we have to all be his emotional tampon now? We have to go all and, we've got to go fucking pad everything around him in case he gets too passionate? Now everybody else has to live around his passion.
Čisto, ajmo mi napolje. Ajmo uda.
You fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Listen, anyway, I want to get back to this. In general, I think harassing people individually, calling them out by name, making personal...
Čisto.
S.W.Frost 1 said. Anyway. S.W.Frost 1 said. I am off to bed. S.W.Frost 1 said.